Says we're live. Waiting for our picture. That's copyright, right? Hold on. There we go. I was like, wait, what? That was weird.
The wild artist says HII.
Hello. Hello. Hey, Lavender. How are you doing? I like what you're doing. Thank you.
The wild artist says I'm okay and you.
I'm good. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. I just remembered something. I just remembered something. Okay, there we go. Alright, guys, so today we're going to be doing a commission.
The wild artist says what you doing today?
So today's commission, we're going to do work for Fox. And he wanted me to redraw one of his characters in this portrait I did for him before. So I don't know how I'm going to fit this. I may have to make it smaller. But that's what we're going to do today. And then when we're done, we're going to either finish doing some new stickers. I already finished Gino. I think it was Gino from Demon Hunters. I already posted him up on my Redbubble, so if you want to go get him now, he's on the Redbubble right now, both his demon form and his human form. So if you want to go get Gino, I think his name's Gino or Janu from K-pop Demon Hunters, it's up there in my Redbubble, link in bio. Go get it now. He is up there. So you want to get him if that's your favorite character or so from the movie. So we will probably do the other Saja boys as well. So I might do Abby next, and then just go down the line of the most popular ones, or so. But right now we're not gonna do that. Right now we're gonna get this sketch out of the way. He paid for a half body sketch of two of his characters, so I'm gonna do that today. It won't take too long per se, so let's do this fast. As we are doing the artwork, we will be doing reactions. So if you see the box over my head, if you see the box over my head, that means we're going to um, react to this. So it doesn't become too quiet because we're not gonna play music today because YouTube's kind of annoying when it comes to playing music per se. So there you go. Yes. So if that's something that interests you on reaction, so today's reaction alongside my commission. Hold on, damn it. Hold on. I just heard it. Oh. There we go. We're gonna be listening to Edemion talk about what's going on with the censorship with Visa and Mastercard. So if you want to hear that, come over here on YouTube. If you're on Instagram, you won't be able to hear it. If you're on TikTok, you'll be able to hear it. If you're on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, you'll be able to hear the reaction and see it. If you're on Instagram, you won't be able to hear
The
it.
wild artist says teach you just glitched so bad.
Did I? Did I glitch? Am I glitching? Am I glitching that bad? Really? Hold on. Hold on. Am I glitching that bad? Really? Hmm. What the hell? Am I glitching? I don't know.
The wild artist says no you're good now, it was only for a sec.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like, oh my god, I was about to say. Alright. Hold on. Turn this down. So let's get to it.
Across the world over all of this. But now there's two groups I want to cover in this video. First is the lawyers that are fighting for the freedom of America and more in this whole situation. and the other is the group that is currently attempting to crush American freedom in the name of international protection, especially when it comes to all forms of entertainment, and especially, and this is key, communication with the rest of the world. So there's two
Okay.
names you need to know. Firstly is Preston Byrne. That's this guy right here on screen. He is a lawyer who practices within the United States. And he's the lead lawyer for Arkham. No, not that Arkham. It's a cryptocurrency company, in case you don't know. Anyway,
Hmm.
the other person you
Really?
need to know in this story is our very own friend of the channel, Ron Coleman. You guys know how Smash JT is getting sued still by that ex-journalist from Kotaku? Yeah, Ron Coleman is representing Smash JT in that case, for example. He's also the lawyer for
Hello,
other friends
Jonathan.
of the channel like Valiant Renegade, WW Pro, Midnight's Edge, and many, many more. Ron's been practicing law for a couple of decades, and that's putting it lightly. Dude's pretty great anyway. So now that you know who these guys are, these two have officially joined forces and announced that they will be suing the UK government over their censorship that is now spilled out of them like a cup overflowed into other countries. Here's what Preston Byrne said in the announcement. Ron Coleman and I will be suing Ofcom in federal court to protect all Americans from UK censorship. If you run a tech company affected by the Online Safety Act and want to help us stop censoring at the waterline, have your lawyers ping me on LinkedIn. We'll fight together. Before I go further with what Preston said, there is more context that is definitely needed. So the big villain here is
Okay.
Ofcom. It's a company whose name stands for the Office of Communications. They're obviously, as the name says, the head of communications for the entirety of the UK to the rest of the world pretty much. Ofcom is a branch of the UK government that is pretty much just spearheading this entire mass
Jolliancher says
censorship
hello.
of their citizens as well as the internet at
Hello.
large, which I did cover at length in my previous video in case you haven't seen it. Anyway, the UK government is also effectively your ground zero, if you will, when it comes to where this censorship is originating from in order to make things easier to understand, because nowhere in the world right now is
Hello,
censorship in
hello.
general as bad
How
as it
goes
is
it?
right now.
For those who are here with today, I'm just letting you guys know we are doing a reaction alongside doing my commission work for Fox. He wanted me to draw two of his characters with the previous characters that he paid me to draw. So I'm doing that now. I'm building on his character that he gave me, so I'm working on that right now as we listen to Edemion talk about the censorship problem that's going on in gaming and entertainment. So if you're wondering where that voice is coming from, or the box that's over my head, for those who are watching on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube, that's what's happening. As I'm working and doing my stuff, you are hearing him complain or talk about what's going on to keep people informed on what's going on in your entertainment and overall. Now, the point of it is not to be like political or anything. It's just to give awareness to those who are not really like on the up and up what's going on in entertainment, especially if you're like into anime, video games, movies, whatever the case may be. This affects you one way or another, so you should hear this. And if you think you can make a difference by stopping this from happening, so for those who don't know, there's a issue that's going on with some conservative groups who are trying to push, or overly overt conservative groups who are trying to push censorship on virtually everything and anything, whether it be video games and stuff like that. And when I say censorship, not putting like insane things in like children's like games or programming, more like it's trying to censor adults, consenting adults who want to play like an immature game or an A-rated game, where the case may be, or watch a rated R movie or higher, and they're trying to censor that. I don't think that's right. If you're an adult, a consenting adult uh, who's up to that point where you can just make your own decisions and stuff, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that for you to want to watch what you want, or the case may be. So that's what he's talking about. And right now, Visa card is getting ratioed. Both Visa and Mastercard getting ratioed by most people who are calling them up and telling them to stop this bullshit, um, and stuff like that. So yeah, because what they're trying to do is stop a dystopian future where uh, smaller companies or just big tech firms can make their own governmental choices over you instead of the government itself. So
Now in the UK. Well, I guess North Korea is probably worse, but honestly, North Korea is so secluded and cooked for so long, I kind of barely even consider them a part of the world, you know? They're kind of like their own little thing that like no one really touches. So
Correct.
sure, okay, North Korea is bad too, but in terms of countries you can legally travel to in the world without instantly being placed in the jail or the gulag or something, yeah, the UK is pretty much the next worst thing. And also, before I continue, since this video will likely be censored, consider liking it, leaving a comment, and subscribing to keep up to date. It really does help the channel out, especially in times like these. Thank you. And now, this Ofcom is a big reason why the censorship media is splintering from the UK.
Also, for those who know what we're doing today, we're going to be doing alongside listening to the reactions that we have. It's just not this we're going to be listening to. We're going to listen to different things, funny things, cringe things, uh, things that are going on in pop culture, all that stuff. I try to avoid anything that's political or anything that do with like religion and all that stuff. So like, you know, for obvious reasons, but I usually dabble in stuff that has to do with anime, video games, or something with entertainment, movies and stuff. But that's as far as it goes. For those who watch my stuff or wants to part of this, also as I am doing the commission for Fox, if I get this done in time, we will do the sticker. And then when we're done with doing the sticker, if we have time, we'll play some Peak. So if you're looking forward for us to playing Peak, me and Mike going up the mountain again and had fun as I got almost destroyed by the Scoutmaster, which was extremely funny. Uh, Stick around.
UK into many, many other countries. Because obviously, the UK is a big place full of a lot of money. And when censorship is being placed on them, it does affect everyone, as we're now seeing. This is why Preston and Ron are suing Ofcom, because their policies and such are starting to leak over into America to censor them too. Ofcom, for example, very recently, as the Sun.ie reported here, dozens of adult sites used by 9 million Brits face Ofcom probe in first major investigation since age verification checks. It's no wonder across UK establishments that you had similar articles to the one I just read popping up around the same time. Almost as if every one of these places is pretty much tied in some way to Ofcom to parrot their operations.
Hello,
The
Camille.
goal, of course, in the UK anyway,
Hope you're having an awesome day.
right, is to censor everything in order to protect the children, which, as we all know, is a null argument
It's
because in
bullshit.
actuality, all it's really doing is
Yeah, they're using the what about the children X, Y, and Z type nonsense. Nah, no, no. They're using it just as a Trojan horse to push in their agenda.
censoring the adults, which is the main reason as to why this is being done at all. In terms of Ofcom targeting adult sites, they want your ID attached so that you have to sign into an adult website in the similar fashion that you would to, say, Steam or PlayStation, meaning that Ofcom can monitor what you watch on these sites, how much of it you consume, which categories, and more. Is it creepy? Absolutely. The
Hell,
fact that you can be
yes.
arrested in the UK for saying anything that they consider politically incorrect online, that speaks volumes as well. And
That's the thing. I would never like. I would love to go to the UK, but given the shit that's been going on in the UK, I will not go. At least with China, even though they're or Japan, even though those are more communist sites, places, they at least do a great job in giving you the illusion that you're not being like fucked with. Well, maybe not China, but definitely Japan. But no,
And if you look too much at adult content, they'll probably take your computer away and then publicly shame you. Again, there will be no privacy in the UK due to this. The point of this is that the Online Safety Act 2023, as it's titled, as you're seeing here on screen, yes, it was first enacted 2 years ago, but as you can also see, it has since then evolved into what it is now for the entirety of the UK. And yes, this will connect to America and the lawsuit. Trust me, it's a lot. Just let me explain things. The very first line of this act states that all of this is being overseen and controlled by the very same Ofcom, the very institution that Ron and friends are suing in this bombshell announcement. As it states, this act provides for a new regulatory framework which has the general purpose of making the use of internet services regulated by this act safer for individuals in the United Kingdom. It further states it's meant to impose duties which, in broad terms, require providers of services regulated by this act to identify, mitigate, and manage the risks of harm. And it's to stop illegal content that they claim anyway, and to protect the children, like they always say. But the main part that raises eyebrows is there to give new functions and powers on the regulator, Ofcom. So, this is all meant to just turn Ofcom quite literally into Big Brother, the Hellgas from Killzone. Whatever you want to compare them to, they're using this act to strip away rights from everything from games to even adult media. And it's all being disguised to protect children, but in actuality, children are just the convenient scapegoat to Ofcom's endgame, which is total and complete censorship and surveillance of their citizens. This push by the UK has now spilled over to create similar bills by lobbyists to impose similar restrictions on specifically Americans. Which brings us to the American version of this, which is called the Shielding Children's Retinas from Egregious Exposure on the Net Act, or the Screen Act in short. This law, which is now being introduced into Congress within America, seeks to be exactly what has happened to the UK right now. Replace Ofcom with, say, like the FBI pretty much, and it all tracks the exact same way. As it states in the Screen Act, which Ofcom is also supporting, the United States government has tried for 3 decades now to pass similar bills to protect children from what they call adult content. But as it states here, the Supreme Court has shot down various forms of these laws in the past already, claiming that this Screen Act would actually only be seen here to serve government interests. And what this was really about in their eyes was blocking or filtering software, as well as just giving the government effectively more control over everything. So as you can see, this is not the first time this has happened, or even the second. Instead, it's a self-repeating cycle of the same laws being pushed to enact forced censorship on American citizens. And this affects everything, because America, as we know, is a big place where a lot of content is made. Video games, TV, movies, music, you name it, America is kind of a hotbed for creative talent and a massive exporter, if you will, when it comes to creating what the rest of the world is dictated by and enjoying. I mean, America is also, let's be real, they're kind of like the modern day Rome, if you will. Every age of human history has had various superpowers that controlled and held dominion over others, either due to military might or economic strength. Like Babylon, Rome, or Sparta in its prime, these places were all considered hotbeds of human innovation and commerce. And America is, whether people want to admit it or not, just like those places too. Just now they have slushy machines and, M4 assault rifles, and their soldiers don't run around in speedos with spears and shields like they did in Sparta, but you get the idea. Anyway, like every great nation before it, these places all fell to corruption, greed, and subterfuge. And if you ask me what's happening here and why Preston and Ron are suing Ofcom is because that's the end goal game here for all of it. They know they can't burn America to the ground literally, or send hundreds of thousands of soldiers against America's best 300 warriors or something on a beach. But what they can do is poison the host and the nation, confuse it with misinformation, and deem what it's capable of doing or thinking as nothing more than a net negative towards itself and convince itself that it's sick. It reminds me honestly of Metal Gear Solid, specifically Metal Gear Solid 2, and how the Colonel became a voice for what Hideo Kojima believed the world would eventually become. As the Independent.com said back in April based on reports, the majority of the internet is also, in case you don't know, full of bot accounts. Some reports claim upwards of 50% of the people, and I put that in quotation,
I
that you
believe that very
interact with
much so.
online, they're not even real.
Yeah, I believe that very much. I believe that. I think majority of most people, most of the population when it comes to the internet is like they're just bots. I think they're control bots. You can make a bunch of bots. It's crazy. I think majority of them are bots. He's not wrong. I don't think he's wrong on that. Because there's some like accounts, even on TikTok. I think there's a lot of bots on accounts on TikTok. It's crazy.
Real. They're computers. The idea of flesh and blood is a foreign concept to their very existence. It's the dead internet theory in actuality. You're living in that right now. Don't believe me? Well, then why did Metal Gear Solid 2 predict all of this decades ago?
We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas.
Brightroclose says good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Bri. Hey, what's going on? I hope everyone's having an awesome day. For those who are here, I hope you guys are having an awesome day. Hey, Bri, what's going on, bud? Today, if you don't know what's going on, Bri, we're doing a Demion video as I work on boxes. Work, for those who don't know, and as soon as I get done, I'm going to work a little bit either on the between model or the sticker.
Brightroclose says gotcha.
And I'm listening to a Demion. For those who don't know who a Demion is, he's a pretty much video game commentator, a video game pop culture like commentator person who talks about things that's going on in the gaming industry in most cases. Sometimes he'll talk about other things, but mostly it usually stems just to video games. And he's talking about what's going on in the internet with the constant censoring that's been going on just recently that people are like waking up to. And he's using this Metal Gear Solid example as what's going on with the dead internet theory. Where, for those who don't know what the dead internet theory is, basically majority of the people that's on the internet is not really people, they're just a bunch of bots. So make you think there's people there.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up.
Bro, this is a prediction. This happened. This is happening right now. Look at California. Look at New York. They protect more criminals than their people that don't cause any trouble. That is crazy.
Up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea? That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then, explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
Kind of insane how on point Kojima was about all of this, especially when the script for that scene you just watched was written in 1999, well before YouTube, AI, and more even existed.
Remember 1982. Remember the book 1982.
And yet that's the point. That's what it's all about. It's control. It's censorship. And America is, whether you like to admit it or not, they are seen as a threat to the overall worldwide agenda. Ofcom and the UK are being sued because they want everyone and everything to become and act like them. A suffocated, confused place where innovation cannot thrive. Why do you think most entertainment that does well comes from places where things like Ofcom and such don't exactly have control over? Japan, like America, is a hotbed for innovation and especially entertainment. Both places are severely under threat by these censorship rules that are happening for no other reason than because the more free a society is, the more liberating the media they also create becomes, which ends up making more people in the future that also become free thinkers, and these days, that's not a good thing to them. But the more stifled they are, suppressed, and honestly reduced, like people are in the UK right now, such freedom of expression cannot exist if the people have nothing they can draw on besides what the government allows them to see or think. So Preston Byrne and Ron Coleman, who again are suing Ofcom, had some things to say as Preston states here, rallying other major companies to join in on the push back to sue Ofcom. He said, Zuckerberg, Elon, Sundar, Tim Apple, this includes you, one big defection from European censorship regimes and it's over. They'll never censor any American again. You know you want to. One weirdo then tries to justify the UK censorship spilling over to America. But Preston then tells it as it is. Sorry, the First Amendment gives Americans the right to run our servers however we damn well please. The UK stop police don't get a vote. Preston would also link to a Telegraph article to convey that his upcoming lawsuit will use the power of the current American administration to force specifically Ofcom and the UK to never threat American liberties ever again. That article is titled, White House warns Starmer, stop threatening U.S. tech companies' free speech, members of Donald Trump's administration, monitoring Online Safety Act with great interest and concern. Essentially, the crux of one of the many parts of this lawsuit, which is still in its infancy to be fair, but it's still pretty bad, is as it says here that the UK censorship laws would affect and impose unfair burdens on American business. As the article further states, the law, which regulates online speech, allows the British government to levy massive fines on companies like Apple, Truth Social, and X if it finds that rules on hate speech have been broken, and that's key. Those in the president's inner circle see the potential penalties as an unwarranted foreign intervention into American free speech. President Trump has made it clear that free speech is one of our most cherished freedoms as Americans. And then the representative for the president further states, accordingly, we have taken decisive action against foreign actors who have engaged in extraterritorial censorship affecting our companies and fellow citizens. And here is where the tissue connects, as the Telegraph states right here, which reads, since the law came into effect last week, Ofcom, the UK's online regulator, has written to several American firms ordering them to conform to the act in letters seen by the Telegraph. Now, obviously, as this video being made, Telegraph has not made those letters public. However, if and when they do become public, you can bet I'll show you guys in a future video. That being said, Preston and Ron shared this article, so clearly this is a big basis for their lawsuit against Ofcom, as it does affect everything from video games, TV, movies, the internet, you name it. But it keeps on going as it reads. It has sparked outrage from US lawmakers and legal experts, who say the overreach is a threat by the UK to silence American companies and citizens. Congressman Jim Jordan, chair of the House Judiciary GOP committee, said the law was an attack on American companies. Ask Apple and they would view it as a $500 million attack, he told the Telegraph. There's more too. They ended with this. There's general concern, and then there's concern on how this impacts American citizens, American companies, and infringes on our First Amendment. As long as foreign legislators, judges, and regulators continue their attempts to silence U.S. citizens, we will not stop fighting back. As you can see, this lawsuit is real, and the fact that Ofcom has gone as far as to insinuate that they will somehow have the power to strike against American-owned companies like X or Facebook, or I guess Meta, whatever they call it, or even YouTube in this case too, by claiming that they're pushing misinformation, that is crazy. And the UK is power-hungry and incredibly corrupted with how they're going about things as of late. I don't hate the place or its people, but its government very clearly sees its own people and those in other nations as a threat to their goals. And it's incredible that they believe that they could strong arm America of all places to bend to their will. It's actually kind of funny. Imagine thinking you're going to impose hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuits and restrictions against Americans because your emotions got hurt when they don't want to live in 1984 like you're doing right now.
Let's
I
go!
fully support what these lawyers are doing here because, yeah, this does need to end. It's affecting everything, and don't think for a second that it'll suddenly end because of any one single thing. This sort of parasitic hive mind behavior tends to continue even if it does get defeated at times. The endgame goal here is just like what Kojima stated in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's to create a society completely compliant on the government and its services. And if a catastrophe must happen for the government to then will in new laws and regulations, they will create their own disasters to fast-track their own beliefs and powers further. Please don't think for a second that Ofcom will take what the United States said lying down. They're going to do everything they can to censor America, Canada, and beyond whatever they can. But if you ask me, Ofcom has now opened up a ticking time bomb here, where it will likely blow up in their faces. But worst case scenario is that if America falls as a nation like Rome or Babylon before it to all of these rules and whatnot, it will genuinely be a massive blow that will turn America into a stifled, repressed weakling that won't even answer to themselves, but now foreign nations. I guess Britain's still salty that the Americans beat them when they got their independence, but I guess too bad, Britain. You had your chance to control America and you blew it. Now you're proving exactly why nobody wants to be ruled by you guys ever again. But once Ron and Preston get this lawsuit up and running to full capacity against Ofcom and the online censorship, I will 100% let all of you know when it does. So to keep up to date on this ongoing saga, probably a good idea to subscribe to keep up to date. I'll keep my ear to all of this and I'll keep you all informed. I thank you for watching. Let me know what you think about Ofcom claiming they can impose their powers over places like America, or how companies such as X or Apple even could be affected by this too. Thank you as always for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Alright, so that was that. I hope you guys learned something today. Anyway, so let's go to something a little bit less bleak. Let's see what's else that's in. Alright, let's see. This is from Chibi Reviews. I know some people don't really like Chibi Reviews for some good reasons, or they have their reasons. But he's mentioned the whole censorship thing going on with anime as well.
It's on gaming content. Mastercard has not evaluated any game or required restrictions of any activity on game creator sites and platforms. Contrary to media reports and allegations, our payment networks follow standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate controls to ensure Mastercard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. They legit are trying to gaslight the internet into believing they are not responsible. Because let's put this in perspective, okay? 2 weeks ago, Steam legit, like, I'm gonna pull up the screenshots. Madam Savvy actually has some screenshots here I'm gonna use, but Steam legit created an entirely new policy, Policy 15, to literally bend the knee and kiss the boots of payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. And when you have Steam, and not just Steam, itch.io, and when you have multiple media reports for years now, you can see this spans back for years ago, goes back to 2024, you have stuff that's from 2022, you can see that they're just lying for their teeth. They're actually truly believing that they can gaslight the internet into believing that they are not responsible, or at the very least partially responsible, for why so much stuff has been censored, at least in the last 2 weeks. That's not even getting into the stuff that's been going on with Japan, and even stuff prior to that, most likely. What I'm trying to say is that what this clearly shows, this statement from MasterCard is showing the entire world right now, is that they are bleeding. They are feeling pressure. And let's explain why. First off, we need to talk about just how massive this story has gotten. Obviously, we have seen it. I've been talking about it day by day, but the whole censorship and then to just a real ID, forced age verification, government stepping in and invading your privacy and all these different type of things, this story has blown to astronomical levels of just media coverage. A lot of people now are starting to talk about it, and stuff like this cannot just be swept under the rug. It can't, because people are talking about this and people are rightfully pissed about the situation, because obviously you have gamers and you have anime fans, manga readers sitting in their own little corner of the internet and they're reading
I'm drawing a, what do you call it, a commission for my client. He wanted me to draw his character, so I'm refining it.
their content, they're watching their content, or they are playing their games. They stick to themselves. They don't want to get involved with anything going on in the real world. Most of the time that people that get involved in these hobbies, doing anime, manga, and games, they want to just not think about real life. They want to immerse themselves into these fictional worlds, and that's it. They don't want to think about anything else. Now, I'm not saying that this is a wide paintbrush that, you know, is everyone is going to have the exact same thoughts. But the point is that gamers, anime fans, and manga readers typically like to stick to themselves. But when you attack their hobbies, you come after them, they will retaliate. And in this case, this entire situation has blown up to such a high degree that people are not going to just back off. They are going to keep voicing their opinion and being very upset about the situation. And as we all know about last weekend, when last weekend happened, we had 4chan announce that they were gonna, like initiate Operation Fight Fire with Fire, and they were pretty much going to be spam calling Visa, Mastercard, I'm assuming PayPal, Collective Shout, and everything, just basically saying they've had enough. They've had enough of this rampant censorship, and they've just been spamming them nonstop. I've seen multiple covers and like articles and posted stuff of showcasing actual conversations with Visa or Mastercard employees, and how these Visa and Mastercard employees are just getting fed up or just hanging up, or they're yelling at customers now, just asking legitimate questions. It shows that these card companies, these payment processors, they are feeling pressure. They are realizing that they cannot just sweep this under the rug and it's going to go away. It is getting a lot worse. And this statement, honestly, is the most damning thing that they could have said, because it just looks so incredibly bad. Because let's put this in perspective, okay? In the last 2 weeks, if we're not even factoring the stuff about age verification in governments, okay, we disregard that for now, we just talk about strictly gaming getting censored, anime and manga, we gotta look at the facts here. Collective Shout, yes, we know they're an awful group. They're a feminist activist group from Australia that's done a lot of damage. But we obviously know that they've been a mouthpiece for other entities probably behind them. They are more or less just a fall guy. They are a fall girl, technically, in this case, for the real serious people that are causing issues behind the scenes. And the thing is that Collective Shout even mentioned in their statements multiple times that they could not get a hold of Steam or itch.io, so they directly contacted Visa and MasterCard and other payment processors. They directly contacted them. Now, I understand that Collective Shout are known liars. They have lied about a few things already, but we do need to talk about this and why this is important, and why we need to take their words to a little bit more serious nature. It's because it's not just Collective Shout saying that they've contacted payment processors to get games and stuff censored. It's the fact that Steam and even itch.io has just went out and stated that payment processors have just said, if you don't remove these adult games, we're backing out. We're basically going to blacklist you. You're not going to be able to make money anymore. And so that is why Steam literally made an entirely new policy, Policy 15, to outline that they will remove games on a whim if payment processors want them to remove it. And so with this from Steam, official statements from Steam basically making an entirely new policy just for payment processors, to itch.io basically name dropping them just after this, Collective Shout obviously calling them out and saying that they personally contacted Visa and MasterCard to deal with the situation of Steam games at itch.io, to having basically a paper trail of years of Japan dealing with this situation, to either doujin sites, anime sites, manga sites, and yes, even dating sites, dating apps in Japan being affected by payment processors. No, it's just like, there's no way that MasterCard is telling the truth. Either all these different sites, these different countries itself, like Japan, is straight up lying, or MasterCard is lying. And so, do not let MasterCard gaslight you into believing what they're doing here is the truth. They are lying through their teeth. They are hoping that they can sweep this all under the rug, because obviously the entire situation has blown up to such a massive proportion that they realize that they're catching a lot of heat. And as this continues to grow, as this fire continues to rage, there will be some form of restrictions that come in to hit them with the hammer. For instance, like, for example, antitrust law to break up their monopoly. And then eventually Visa will have to do the exact same thing, because if MasterCard gets hit by this, that means that Visa will in turn also get hit as well. And let's be blunt, Visa is the bigger card provider. They are way bigger than MasterCard ever will be, but it doesn't change the fact that all these debit cards, credit card companies, these payment processors, they are in league with each other, and they collectively have a monopoly. They are a cartel slash mafia, and the fact that MasterCard is feeling this pressure, the fact that they even went out of their way to make a statement like this, goes to show that they are feeling the pressure by the internet itself, and that if this continues to get worse, it's going to blow back in their face to such an extreme degree that most likely their companies are going to be split up or hit with some very major antitrust law violations. Whatever happens, obviously do not stop talking about the entire situation. Now, on some good news. Technically, this news is good because they're lying, but it showcases that we're in the stage they're lying, but then they'll probably soon admit that they've been responsible for a very long time. We do need to talk about the situation with itch.io. So as we know, about a week and a half ago, itch.io removed thousands of games after Steam had to create an entirely new policy removing hundreds of different adult games. And itch.io basically nuked their entire adult catalog. I've talked about this already extensively, and it left a lot of people, high and dry. And yesterday night, it was revealed that itch.io will be re-indexing. What this basically means is re-adding games on their platform again, adult games, NSFW games, that are labeled free. Now, obviously, this means that games that, or game developers that were making a living off of releasing adult games or just games in general, they're still affected by this, and obviously, this isn't probably the news they wanted to hear. However, this showcases that itch.io isn't remaining neutral. This showcases that itch.io is trying to help out the gaming community in any way they possibly can, because obviously what has happened in the last week and a half has damaged their brand. And I think anyone saying that hasn't happened is lying, because let's be honest here. After what has happened to this platform alone, a lot of people are going to be a little bit more on edge to even release their games on itch.io, because they might assume that any given moment their games could be pulled off the platform and they will lose their income or money. So the brand of itch.io, the site in general, has taken damage that honestly is going to take years upon years to actually rectify and win the community back. But even then, I'm still happy to see that itch.io is trying their best to bring adult games back to their platform in any way they possibly can. Obviously, they're only able to add free games if you label it free, and the reason why they're doing this is because of payment processors, which gets into the discussion with, Mastercard, Visa, and how they're lying, because it's like, either all these companies are lying, or Mastercard and Visa's lying about them blocking payments. I'm willing to believe all the other customers and businesses and stuff that's been getting, kind of screwed over by Mastercard for a while, and there's a paper trail of years of them actually doing it. But back into the itch.io stuff, I'm very happy to see that they are trying in some shape or form. This is good news. It is good news. It isn't the overwhelming 100% great news, but it is a small step of showcasing some goodwill by the website trying to do something right. Now, as for Mastercard Visa, as I've said, do not let up. Keep speaking out about this. I'm glad to see that pretty much the entire internet is continuing to talk about this. And yeah, I will follow up with any more information if it comes out. There's been a lot more other crazier stuff that's come out in the last 24 hours, but this one is what's really important at the moment, because obviously we got an official response from a payment processor. But I love you guys. Be safe. Stay healthy. Chibi out.
Alright, so there's that form of information about the whole information about the Mastercard problem and all that stuff. Let's move on to the next one. I might add this to the reaction channel. So if you see this, it will be on the reaction channel, because this has to do with anime specifically, so that's the only reason. So anything anime related will go to the reaction channel. Everything else outside that will not, for obvious reasons. So let's go. That's gone. What's next? That's something else. They already kind of had that one. Okay. That's still up there? I should take that down. Let's see. Go back. Let's see here. Okay, so this is for Genshin. This is for Zenless Zone Zero. I guess I'll add this to the anime section, because even though it's video games, it has to do with anime video games, so I guess that still falls into that category. So this is from Julian GG. He has 5,012 subscribers. He's going to say the C lead in Orpheus Hate Explained. So I guess these two characters just dropped kind of recently, per se, or one of the newest characters that has recently dropped on Zenless. I haven't played Zenless in a good while. I have plans of going back to playing Zenless. I know I promised Brian I was going to go back, because I know he enjoys it sometimes when I play the game. And I actually am kind of curious about how much has changed since I last played it. So we're going to see how that goes one day. But right now, this guy's going to talk about, Julian GG is going to talk about the unfathomable hate these two characters are getting. I don't know if it's like probably their gameplay. I don't know if it's like their overall character, like personalities, or some type of controversy, something down the line. So let's see where this goes.
Let's break this down. So this all
I just hope he doesn't say anything too crazy to get me in trouble on TikTok.
started with this very image. This image is from a video that came out on April 13th. This was the Season 2 PV trailer. It showcases Seed and Orpheus. Now let's talk about Orpheus first. So for a handful of people, Orpheus had what seemed to be a very fierce and serious face, and her stance, her expression, made her seem like she was some sort of boss or she was some sort of leader. However, those were all just assumptions. But the important part is this. We had to sit with this trailer for 40 days before we got any more news on Orpheus or even season 2. So in those 40 days, those assumptions, they began to solidify. And they solidified into concrete, which means people were sold on their opinions, thoughts, wants, and desires for the personality of Orpheus. So now we fast forward to May 23rd.
I'm pretty sure some of you remember I drew Orpheus just like I think a week or two ago, and one of my swimsuit summer lines for the summer. So I'm pretty sure some of you might recognize that drawing.
2025, where not only is Orpheus's personality not what people were expecting, but it is indeed the complete opposite of what they wanted. So from that perspective, you can kind of understand where those individuals are coming from. But this is where the clash in the community begins, because the people who like Orpheus are combating those people by saying, did you really think you were going to understand someone's entire personality based off of 3 seconds of a teaser? That's where the argument begins between the people who like Orpheus and don't like Orpheus for those reasons. And also, I'm not too sure about this one, I haven't seen it myself, but people are up in arms because Magus does most of the work in combat, whereas Orpheus doesn't really do much. So, at the end of the day, people really wanted Orpheus to be someone that she's not, and they were expecting a different personality from her. There's not too much hate around Orpheus, it's just that specifically, and that only. To my knowledge, at least. I don't think there's really any design disliking about Orpheus, it's more so the personality. But for anybody who is upset or anybody who's neutral, you can always wait for her trailers, her demos, her content, her story quest perhaps. You can sort of maybe get more of a grasp on her character and see why things led down this path.
I don't know, the character design looks pretty cool. It's really unique. I like how she looks like between like this kind of like elf devil thing, but futuristic elf devil. It looks really cool. I always thought that was kind of a cool design. That's not even why I drew her part of the swimsuit summer line, because I thought her overall look was kind of cool, not gonna lie. And I think she's a cyborg or something, like a double cyborg thing.
A leaked story synopsis about Orpheus that portrayed her to be what people assumed she was going to be. I haven't seen that. If you guys can find something like that, you guys can let me know. Bro? But as far as Orpheus goes, that's all. Now as for Seed, things began with the same video and the same couple of frames. On one hand, a lot of people in the community began to think that this will just be a mech and that's it. It'll be a mech, controls itself, fully functional, and that's the end all be all. Some other people thought, dude, what if in the mech there's a girl inside, like Firefly from Star Rail? No, but they wouldn't do that again. They already did it in Star Rail. They're not gonna like literally repeat the same character. They wouldn't do that. I don't know, man. I mean, they might, but you got a point though. They probably wouldn't do it again, you know? There were a lot of thoughts and opinions, but mostly it was all excitement. Then we arrived at the 2.1 story. And in that story, you can't miss it. There's Orpheus and Magus, there's Trigger, there's Soldier 11, and then there's also Seed. Now you can communicate with Seed, it's not voiced, but if you look above Seed's dialogue, you can see it says light, floaty voice. And after that dialogue, it actually mentions in Belle's head, a feminine airy voice is coming from the mech. It doesn't sound like the mech system. Wait, I've heard this voice before, so she's Seed. So basically kind of says like, okay, this is not just a computerized voice. This is a supposedly human, or at least android, inside controlling the mech. So if you did notice that, you knew that something was up, but you still didn't know if C was going to be next or not. Even the Hawkshin website that has the actual beta information for the upcoming patch, even that mentioned Orpheus and Magus and Kamino Monato. At this point in time, we were 2 weeks into the patch. There were no pictures yet for the characters, but it was Orpheus, Magus, and then Kamino. So we were expecting to get Kamino for the people who actually look at this site. Not to mention, the drip market seemed like it took a lot longer than usual because in this current patch, it's actually extended by a week. So we were more eager than usual for the drip to actually happen. So when it finally did happen, we were all shocked. No pun intended. Now, as far as her design goes, that is subjective. I've seen a lot of wasted potential. I've seen a lot of this character looks too little. And I've seen she doesn't fit Obel Squad. For instance, one comment reads, advertised as mecha, but turns out to be another girl is just so wasted. Expected mecha combat, not a very generic design girl. She have that NPC aura. With Scooter Rover around on Battlefield, instead stay inside mecha like a good pilot does. Can't express how much disappointment I felt on Seed. Expected defense class, but turned out another attacker. I myself don't pay attention to characters that much, but Seed is just utter disgrace to me. Plus, they include the zoom in to her feet every time she casts her ult is disgusting. This comment is not from YouTube, it's not from Reddit, or even Twitter. This is actually from Hayaverse's own website, Hyolab. Personally, I draw some dots back to Orpheus, where I feel like they kind of had the same thing happen there. They were expecting one thing, and they got something else. Now, what's important to mention as well for Seed is, even though Seed got drip marketed, and we saw Seed, we didn't see what's inside of Seed. So, that's the part that actually is a shell shock for people, once again, no pun intended, because we never saw that before. Usually we see the characters, but this time we did, but we also didn't. But aside from her design, there's also a handful of people who are upset with her role and class. We have Anton as an A rank, he's an electric attacker. We have Haramasa, electric attacker, and notably, Soldier Zero Ambi, an electric attacker. Some feel that this class is being a bit oversaturated with the specifics of electric attacker. Some are fearful that Seed will take over Soldier Zero Ambi's spot, and also maybe even take some of her teammates for herself. Basically, they're scared of Ambi sort of being put under Seed, and Seed just being this new best thing that's very powerful, and essentially just full-on power creeping Ambi. There's also concerns about the gameplay balance. How often are we going to play as Seed the girl? How often are we going to play as Seed the giant mech? Seed Jr. and Seed Sr. And last, but certainly not least, it appears someone at Hayaverse seems to be very much into feet. And it's very evident.
What?
They have done it in a more tasteful way.
Okay.
I
know about that character and the whole feet thing. I kind of knew about that for a while now, but like, I don't really get the feet thing. I don't really understand why. I don't understand how feet becomes like an attractive thing. I just don't see the point. Like, what I'm not really like talking down to anyone who likes that stuff. I just don't see like a foot, like a foot. I don't know, a foot.
That one we'll save for after school. So overall, when it comes to Seed, primarily I think people just wanted Seed to be Seed, the giant robot, and that's it.
Like, I can get legs. I can honestly get legs, but a foot? I don't know.
People are just definitely not happy with who Seed is inside the mech, and then some are upset with the gameplay aspect of the role and her class. However, if you are excited for Seed, if you're excited for Orpheus and Magus as well, strap in. This is going to be a longer patch than usual, but when the time is approaching, we'll get those trailers, we'll get those demos. Maybe people will have a change of heart. We'll see. But that will... Oh. That's the bell. Class dismissed.
This was alright video, but it was nothing it was nothing too like impressive. I don't think I'll even add this to the anime thing because it was like he kind of just did like pretty much the opposite of more things. As Disney, shocking allegations. What? What? Pedro Pascal's getting canceled? What this dude do already? Oh man, I thought he was America's sweetheart. Okay, let's go. What's going on with that? So it says Pedro Pascal loses it as Disney fire him after new shocking allegations. What? No. No, he didn't fire. They didn't fire him. No. No. What? No. Pedro Pascal. Like everyone's been sucking off this man. Are you serious?
Whether they like it or not, they're never getting rid of it.
What happens when your franchise savior becomes the reason it all falls apart? For Marvel, the Fantastic Four reboot was more than just another movie. It was supposed to be the clean slate, the comeback project that would restore fan faith after years of misfires and declining hype. A new cast, a $200 million budget, and at the center of it all, Pedro Pascal, beloved, respected, the man who could carry a galaxy in The Mandalorian and bring emotional depth to any role he touched. But behind the scenes, that dream has reportedly unraveled into something Marvel never saw coming.
It's been a dream to join the MCU. The movie is called The Fantastic Four. I'll confess, I did all my stretching for real.
A crisis so serious, it triggered cast walkouts, PR cover-ups, and a studio scrambling to hide the damage. Insiders claim Pedro Pascal didn't just join the cast. He tried to take over the film, rewriting scenes, challenging the director, and turning a team-driven movie into what one crew member called a personal therapy session wrapped in spandex.
He won't leave me alone.
What?
How did the crown jewel of Marvel's next phase become its biggest liability? What really happened inside that rehearsal room that made every major cast member walk? And why are Marvel executives allegedly panicking behind closed doors while trying to spin a happy narrative in public? If you think you've heard it all, trust me, you haven't. Let's rewind the story to the beginning, before the interviews went awkward, before the script rewrites, before the fan theories exploded, and break down exactly how Marvel's most anticipated reboot fell apart from the inside out. Marvel needed a win, badly. After back-to-back disappointments, lukewarm sequels, overcrowded Disney Plus shows, and box office fatigue, the studio was staring down the uncomfortable reality that even its most loyal fans were starting to tune out. The Fantastic Four reboot was supposed to change that, and on paper, it looked like the perfect comeback. Vanessa Kirby, class, range, and a rising prestige star as Sue Storm. Joseph Quinn, fresh off his breakout in Stranger Things, bringing Gen Z hype as Johnny Storm. Ebon Moss-Bachrach, the scene stealer from The Bear, cast as the rugged and witty Ben Grimm. And then, the big get, Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards, the brilliant tortured leader of the group. Marvel had finally landed its grown-up Tony Stark replacement. With a $200 million budget and a script that promised to blend action, intelligence, and emotional stakes, this wasn't just a reboot. It was a reset button for the MCU. Fans were ecstatic. Marvel's online announcement racked up tens of millions of views. Edits of the cast went viral overnight. Stan Twitter was already calling it the most perfectly cast MCU lineup since Phase 1. But what no one knew, at least not yet, was that this house of hype was built on quicksand. Because while the public was celebrating, whispers were already surfacing that all was not well behind the scenes. Sources close to the production claim that even during early rehearsals, clashes began to surface. Not over costumes or fight scenes, but over control. Specifically, how much control one actor would have over the direction, tone, and heart of the movie. And that actor, you guessed it, Pedro Pascal. Insiders say the initial chemistry read, meant to lock in the team dynamic, felt off. While the rest of the cast embraced the ensemble spirit, Pascal reportedly started pushing early notes about making Reed Richards less comic book, more philosophical. That might not sound alarming until you realize how quickly that creative input turned.
I don't know how true this is because this sounds like an AI talking, but Jesus Christ.
Into a takeover. The cast didn't see it coming. Marvel didn't see it coming. But by the time they all sat down for the final script table read, everything would change. It was supposed to be the moment where everything clicked. The final table read, the full cast, the director, key Marvel execs all gathered in a private studio space, was meant to unify the vision, set the tone. This was how Marvel launched its best films in the past, with energy, cohesion, and team chemistry. Instead, it reportedly turned into a silent war zone. According to multiple insiders, Pedro Pascal arrived at the table read with a heavily marked up script, not just a few tweaks
Hello, Scramble.
or questions, but pages of handwritten rewrites, dialogue changes, scene restructuring, even new character beats that hadn't been approved. At first, the rest of the cast thought he was joking, but then Pascal started performing the changes out loud. In the middle of the session, lines rewritten to shift focus onto Reed Richards' internal struggles, his trauma, his emotional arc. And as one source put it, it stopped being a Fantastic Four movie. It became the Pedro Pascal show. Director Matt Shakman, known for his measured, collaborative style, tried to redirect the flow. He asked Pascal to stick to the agreed
read script. That's when things got tense. Pascal reportedly pushed back, openly, in front of the full cast and crew. He questioned the direction, challenged notes, even cut off a fellow actor mid-feedback. A witness recalled Vanessa Kirby sitting still, arms crossed, her jaw clenched. Joseph Quinn and Eben Moss-Bachrach kept exchanging glances. Is this really happening? The look on their faces seemed to say. And then came the line that would change everything. One crew member claimed Pascal turned to the director and said, "If this is just going to be another cookie-cutter Marvel flick, then I'm wasting my time." Boom.
Oh my
Silence.
God.
Nobody said a word. Nobody needed to. The vibe in the room was scorched. And by the end of that session, the damage was done. The cast walked. All of them. Not in a dramatic outburst.
Bro gets one hit show that everyone hates, and for some reason he thinks he's God. That's crazy.
But with quiet finality. According to
if this story is true,
insiders, it was their way of saying, "We're out. We didn't sign up for this." Marvel execs were stunned. Emergency calls were placed to Disney leadership that same evening. And from that moment forward, the Fantastic Four reboot stopped being a dream project and started becoming Marvel's biggest PR nightmare. Once the cast walked out of that now infamous table read, Marvel's leadership expected tension, but not a mutiny. What they didn't realize was that this wasn't the first time Pedro Pascal had stepped outside the lines. It was just the first time people stopped pretending not to notice. According to multiple production insiders, Pascal had been pushing his vision for the film long before the table read imploded. What started as thoughtful creative suggestions slowly turned into something much more controlling, a steady takeover of the story, tone, and focus. It began with the rewrites, small things at first, minor tweaks to Reed Richards' dialogue, a few more monologues, adjusted scene transitions. But soon, sources say Pascal started requesting full scene restructures, particularly in moments that originally highlighted other characters, like Sue Storm's leadership, Johnny Storm's humor, or Ben Grimm's emotional depth. In one early draft, Sue had a defining moment during a high-stakes moral decision. In Pascal's version, that scene was rewritten to instead explore Reed Richards' trauma and inner turmoil, a trend that, according to crew members, began appearing over and over again. He didn't just want to play the lead, one source put it, he wanted to rewrite the movie around him. And it wasn't just the script. Behind the scenes, Pascal allegedly began pushing for changes to costume designs, lighting tones, camera angles, even background dialogue. Nothing was too small to touch, and everything slowly but surely began to orbit around one gravitational center, his version of Reed Richards. Director Matt Shakman reportedly tried to hold the line. Known for his thoughtful, collaborative process, Shakman had managed chaos before. He directed WandaVision after all. But this time, every attempt to steer the ship was met with what insiders describe as philosophical resistance. Pascal allegedly argued that Marvel's formula had grown stale, that this film couldn't be just another superhero flick. He wanted to inject depth, commentary, darkness. He wanted it to mean something. And to some people, that didn't sound unreasonable. To others, it sounded like ego disguised as vision. There's a difference between creative passion and a power trip, said one crew member. This wasn't about pushing the story forward. It was about pulling it toward him. Even the on-set energy changed. Some insiders described it as walking on eggshells. Pascal's moods reportedly swung. Funny and generous one day, short-tempered and dismissive the next. What was supposed to be a collaborative ensemble film now felt like a one-man show, with everyone else trying to tiptoe around the star's ambitions. And soon, that tension wouldn't just stay behind closed doors. You didn't need an insider badge to feel something was off. All you had to do was watch the press interviews. They were supposed to be light, fun, a victory lap before filming. But the moment the Fantastic Four cast hit the promotional trail, something felt wrong. Clips from early group interviews started popping up online, and fans noticed the cracks immediately. Pedro Pascal would dominate every question, steering answers back to his deep, emotional interpretation of Reed Richards. What was meant to be a fun chat about the cast dynamics slowly turned into a TED Talk on trauma and identity. Vanessa Kirby sat with her classic poise, but her polite smiles didn't reach her eyes. Joseph Quinn chuckled nervously through most of it, at one point joking, "He won't leave me alone." At the time, fans laughed, but in hindsight, it felt like a cry for help hidden behind banter. One now viral interview clip showed Pascal interrupting Vanessa mid-answer to go on a tangent about how superhero films need to reflect the broken systems of the real world. Kirby, visibly annoyed, leaned back in her seat, stealing a glance at Joseph, who responded with an awkward half smile and a muttered, "Yikes." And the internet caught everything. Clips flooded Reddit and TikTok. Frame-by-frame breakdowns of side eyes, posture shifts, barely suppressed eye rolls. One comment racked up thousands of likes. You can literally feel the discomfort coming through the screen. Even Eben Moss-Bachrach, usually stone-faced and professional, was caught subtly shaking his head as Pascal launched into a speech about transcending the superhero genre. It stopped being subtle. It started becoming a pattern. Insiders say Marvel's PR team jumped into damage control fast. Interview topics were quietly restricted. Press appearances were shortened or canceled altogether. A few media outlets even reported that Disney's internal marketing team issued direct notes. Avoid hot topics. Keep Pascal on message. No creative talk. But By that point, it was too late. The footage was already out there. Fans had already seen the awkward glances, the forced smiles, the weird vibe, and like a bloodhound on a scent, the internet wasn't about to let go. The question now wasn't just what's going on, it became how bad is it really? Because if the cast couldn't fake chemistry on a press tour, what was happening when the cameras weren't rolling? Pedro Pascal's rise to stardom has been nothing short of meteoric. From Game of Thrones to The Mandalorian, he became Hollywood's unlikely heartthrob, the internet's favorite soft boy, a man hailed as emotionally intelligent, humble, socially conscious. TikTok dubbed him Hollywood's baby girl. Twitter praised his activism, his sensitivity, his charm. But according to people behind the scenes, the version of Pedro
baby girl. Yeah, I feel like this is probably is AI. Who will write that? Who will put what? What? I feel like this is probably fake. I'm going to assume this. I'm going to assume this is fake. Baby girl? What? What?
Pedro Pascal you see on screen and online isn't the same one who showed up to lead Marvel's most ambitious reboot. Multiple insiders describe a dramatic shift once production kicked into high gear. At first, Pascal was warm, collaborative, and easy to work with, but as the project progressed, his behavior reportedly turned more intense, more focused on control than connection. He was friendly in public, no doubt, one crew member recalled, but the second we got to rehearsals or pre-shoot meetings, it stopped being a conversation. It became a lecture, and it wasn't just about the script or his character's arc. Pascal allegedly inserted himself into costume meetings, shot planning, even background design. What should have been handled by entire departments became points of debate, often led by Pedro himself. He had notes for everything, another source shared, not feedback, directives, as if no one else had spent years working on this project before he arrived. And then there were the boundary issues. On camera, Pascal's affectionate nature seemed harmless. Playful touches, lingering hugs, casual physical closeness. But according to whispers from inside the production, not everyone was comfortable with it. One red carpet moment sparked particular backlash.
Jolly Ensure says we're in active shooting lockdown.
This is weird. I don't know if this is true or not. I feel like this is somewhat fabricated to a degree. I'm not saying that he's not like this. I'm just saying like this feels too...
Jolly Ensure says sorry. I am dang nervous.
Wait, what?
Hip, leading to an online debate about what crosses the line between friendly and invasive. Some fans defended him. Others asked, if this were a different actor, would we be so forgiving? Behind closed doors, those same questions reportedly started.
Brightro says at Jolly Ensure 35, I hope you're doing okay.
Pedro being Pedro began to feel, in the words of one insider,
Jolly Ensure says Yay report was he's armed and dangerous. Just Vibin says at Jolly Ensure 35, you good? What's going on?
A point of tension on set.
I'm pretty sure you'll be fine.
Jolly Ensure says at Brightro I am okay, but we're going into active lockdown.
I'm pretty sure everything's gonna be okay. Hopefully.
Gal would often speak passionately about representation, emotional depth, and using superheroes as vehicles.
Wait a minute. Can you guys
Jolly Ensure says at mini_Jivon88 we're moving into active lockdown. He was apparently headed toward our town.
Can you guys hear the video?
For real-world messaging, but the way he delivered that message, insiders say, felt less like collaboration and more like domination. He talked a lot about justice and voice, a source close to the cast said, but then he'd shut down the very people.
Brightro says yes, Teach. Jolly Ensure says yes, I can hear it. Sorry about the rant.
But when the mics were off, it felt like no one in the cast was really on the same page anymore. And the final breaking point wasn't dramatic or public, it was quiet, private, and irreversible. In an attempt to salvage the unraveling production, Marvel organized
Brightro says at Jolly Ensure 35 it's okay, Ari.
Together to reset the tone and possibly move forward. It was a private Zoom call, scheduled without press, without executives, just the core cast, the director, and Pedro Pascal. Insiders say the vibe going in was cautious but hopeful. People wanted resolution, clarity, a reset, but instead they got a monologue. Pascal reportedly opened the meeting by speaking for nearly 20 uninterrupted minutes. Not about the group, not about solutions, but about his vision, what the Fantastic Four should mean, what Reed Richards has to represent, and why Marvel needed to evolve. He spoke about trauma, identity, symbolism, tone. He criticized the studio's studio's formulaic storytelling. He even referenced Stan Lee's original intentions, framing his own ideas as more authentic than the studio's vision. At first, the rest of the cast listened, but then Vanessa Kirby tried to respond. Calmly, respectfully, she began to offer a different perspective, and that's when Pascal, according to multiple sources, cut her off. It's not about hierarchy, Vanessa. It's about message. 4 words. That was it. The conversation, which had already been fragile, imploded. Joseph Quinn quietly left the call not long after. Vanessa followed. By the end, it was just Pascal and a few stunned faces still on the screen. And while Marvel never publicly commented, insiders say the decision was made that night. The original cast was done. No more team dynamic. No more Fantastic Four as it was originally planned. The fallout? Immediate. According to leaks, a recording of the call exists. And in that recording, Pascal allegedly questions Marvel's entire creative direction while dismissing the director's notes in front of the full cast. For a studio known for tight control and clean press, this was catastrophic. Marvel didn't just lose a cast, it lost control of the narrative. And as whispers of what really happened began leaking to press, Disney executives moved quickly into damage control mode. Their goal? Buy time, change the story, rebuild the reboot. But from that moment forward, one truth was clear. Marvel's most anticipated film had fallen apart before a single frame was even shot. The moment the cast walked away, Marvel went into full-blown emergency mode. Executives knew the story couldn't go public. Not yet. The studio that built its empire on clean PR, fan hype, and perfectly timed reveals was suddenly dealing with a nightmare they couldn't control. The Fantastic Four reboot was collapsing from the inside, and fans were starting to sense it. So, the plan? Delay, distract, and deflect. Internally, a 3-part strategy was reportedly drafted within 24 hours of the Zoom call. Fallout Step 1. Stall the story. Blame any scheduling shakeups on industry strikes, scheduling conflicts, or creative revisions. Make sure no cast departure looks like a scandal. Nothing to see here, just the usual Hollywood juggling act. Step 2. Quietly replace the cast. Instead of announcing a recast, Marvel's plan is to slide in new actors through the multiverse. Introduce alternate versions of the Fantastic Four in post-
And this is what something I was really wondering about. I'm like, if they're gonna like recast or revamp the Fantastic Four, right? Or the Marvel Cinematic Universe, does that mean the new actors that are coming in towards that reboot, will they be replaced too? Because it makes no sense to bring new actors in, or even new heroes in, to revamp the whole like universe just to replace them with new actors. That doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't make any sense. Just keep the actors that you already have, get to Doomsday, make it work, and just revamp everything. Type in or write some crazy cosmic nonsense that's happening, or that's gonna happen, that causes a whole like multiversal shift with Loki or something. I don't know. And then once that happens, bam, you get brand new actors, and you can bring in new heroes, new stories, new this, new that. Every character is brand new, younger, and probably well experienced, probably even new. I don't see why. I don't know.
Post-credit scenes, animated episodes, or variant cameos across other MCU films. That way the switch looks intentional, planned, not a desperate save. Step 3. Sideline Pedro Pascal without firing him. Publicly cutting ties with Pascal would be risky. He's still adored by millions. But insiders say Marvel's new strategy is to limit his involvement, give him minor cameos in other properties, but strip him of any influence or leadership role. One executive was reportedly quoted as saying, "We thought we were getting the next Robert Downey Jr., but we got a podcast in a spandex suit." Harsh? Maybe. But behind the scenes, Marvel's leadership was facing a terrifying realization. One of their most hyped films was already gone before it was born. And worse, the fans were catching on. Social media lit up with
says lol.
Reddit threads with hundreds of comments, TikToks dissecting press interviews frame by frame, tweets asking why Fantastic Four updates had gone radio silent. Marvel, once the master of the long game, suddenly found itself playing defense. The problem wasn't just a cast, it wasn't just Pedro, it was reputation. And that's something even the multiverse might not be able to reset. As Marvel scrambled to contain the fire, a deeper, more uncomfortable truth was surfacing. Their brand was no longer bulletproof. This wasn't just a one-time production issue. It was a symptom of something bigger, a slow erosion of the carefully polished image Marvel had spent over a decade building. Behind the scenes, executives were now asking tough questions. Have we given stars too much power? Is the multiverse fixing problems, or just covering them up? Can Marvel still guarantee quality, or just content?
That was the whole point of the multiverse in general. Like, we all know the reason why the multiverse stories exist, whether it's Marvel, DC, or any other platform. We use that as a literal fix-all tool So you can either replace a character, get rid of a character, kill off a character, and bring characters said back with different traits, different powers, slightly different powers, or just completely the same character that just got killed off, and then just replace them. Pretty much like what Rick and Morty did when they destroyed their whole world, per se, and then they just replaced their multiverse versions of themselves in another universe and called it a day. Nothing happened. That world was just screwed with. That's it. Nothing ever happened. Where they had to bury both their bodies in the back of the house, where no one's gonna find them because, you know, it is what it is. Very morbid and insane, but like then again, that's what the multiverse was for, is to rectify or refix or retcon things that has happened that didn't work, so companies can get back on track just in case they try to experiment with something, and then they can just go back and fix it. That's the whole point of the whole multiverse per se. For a majority of the time, for most writers, they can just say, oh, this is just a variant version of Storm, who has green hair for whatever reason. She touched some type of radioactive thing that gave her powers, or she touched a radioactive this that she was battling, and now she has green hair with the X-Men, and that's how that works. That is all multiversal stuff. That's what they're for. Just to rectify, revamp, or refix something that didn't work because fans didn't like it.
And then came the real twist. The other cast members started winning. While Marvel panicked, the original Fantastic Four lineup was thriving. Vanessa Kirby landed a major lead in an upcoming Christopher Nolan film. Joseph Quinn signed a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers. Ebon Moss-Bachrach is reportedly being courted for an A24 psychological drama. They've said nothing publicly. No tweets, no interviews, just silence. But that silence says everything. Insiders claim Disney's top brass tried to quietly reconnect with the cast after the fallout, testing the waters, maybe even pitching a second chance. But the answer, allegedly, was simple. No. Walking away from the MCU isn't a small move, one industry insider noted. You only do that when you've decided the project and the person leading it aren't worth the chaos. And as for Pedro Pascal, he hasn't addressed the situation directly, but his social media presence has taken a noticeable turn. Cryptic captions, misunderstood artist energy, the kind of posts that invite fans to defend him, not question him. Some studios are still interested, but others worried. Is he becoming too polarizing to be bankable? That's the real danger, because in Hollywood, you're either the face of the franchise or the reason it falls apart. The Fantastic Four reboot was supposed to be Marvel's return to greatness. Instead, it's become a cautionary tale, not just about one actor's alleged ego or a cast that refused to stay silent, but about something bigger. Who really controls the stories we see on screen? Is it the actors, the executives, the fans? Pedro Pascal may have believed he was elevating the character. The cast believed he was derailing the entire project. Marvel believed they could fix it without anyone noticing. But now, we all know. And as the dust settles, one question still lingers like a post-credit scene Marvel forgot to write. What happens when the superhero story becomes the scandal? Because one thing's for sure, this isn't over. So what do you think? Was Pedro Pascal out of line, or was he fighting for something bigger than the studio could handle? Drop your thoughts in the comments, because the next chapter in this Marvel meltdown might be even messier.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know if any of this is actually true. I really don't know if any of this is actually true. Because it's like I can't tell if this is actually true, because it's like it's an AI talking first, and then he got something wrong. I think he got something wrong, because there's just something off about that. Let me see. There's another one. Maybe that video.
Being a big fan of Ranma one head.
So this is from Monte Sensei. Unique name. Maybe anime is not for you. No censorship. Let's see.
When the remake was announced, I was a bit worried at first. Due to current times and people's obsessiveness with wanting to politicize everything, I knew Ranma was an easy target, and lo and behold, I was right. With immediate attempts to claim Ranma being part of a certain demographic group.
Brightroclose says I watch his videos, he makes good videos.
Okay, let's go.
Dedicated one of my videos to debunking that claim easily, regardless of people reaching to find an angle to do so. But beyond that, I began to lose interest in the remake when learning some of the elements would be missing that made the original so enjoyable, like the quirky music that added so much more comedy to the already hilarious scenes.
Give it here. think you could stop me that easy?
But going further, I was really disappointed with the censorship they chose to go with, editing a lot of the nudity out, which was another layer onto the comedy, and yes, fan service. And I remember making a video addressing this and how it was a bad idea to not include it, because they're not doing that for the Japanese audience, but they're doing it to cater to the sensibilities of the modern Western audience, particularly the types who get offended by anime titties and a panty shot here and there.
But they had what we call fan service, like panty shots.
Right, maybe a flash of boobs.
Exactly.
Either by those who discovered anime yesterday or by those who've been convinced that fan service will lead to World War II somehow. And that the more anime tries to appeal to these types, the more anime stops being anime and becomes generic like everything else nowadays.
Because we wanted to show the fans that we were being true to the Japanese release.
That was important for you from day one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. We were shifting from cheap programming to a tradition of excellence, if you will, a tradition of art that demands respect. And part of that respect is to treat it, right, overseas the way they would treat it back home, which is don't edit things to make them, don't dumb them down. Don't edit out scenes that the producers thought belonged there. We're Japan authorities and experts. We've lived there, we've worked there, we know the thing. We've got a lot of Japanese staff. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by anime.
And I remember someone in the comments saying, "You sure this is the hill you want to die on? Aren't the characters underage?" And me, I never respond or debate with these types because the starting point is already foolish to begin with. It's just another person who can't distinguish between fiction and reality versus me. When I watch anime, my brain registers this as animation and not real. These aren't real people who exist in reality. It's something that's literally drawn out.
It's not fucking real, right?
Something that was understood for decades up until 5 seconds ago. But if you take that line of thinking to its logical conclusion, then say goodbye to all of entertainment as we know it. Oh wait, that's already happening. For an example, an extreme religious person can make the claim that Ranma promotes some type of demonic witchcraft because when splashed with cold water, he turns into a girl. Then your response will be the same as me. But it's not real. What do you mean? Something that takes me 5 seconds to critically think through, but for these types, they never learn until it hits them.
Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think McFly.
But even past that, the general point I was trying to make is that censorship doesn't stop at one thing. It always spreads. And it lends weight to the saying, being able to see the forest through the trees. Don't get so caught up on this one detail, but try to see the bigger picture.
It's the principle of the whole thing. It's principalities in this.
Something I assume most people do, but increasingly I'm learning that just isn't so. And everyone who's been cheering on the censorship of Japanese media for years, well, within the past week or so, censorship has been moving like a tsunami, taking away so much more with it that these people love as well. And I hate to say, we told you so. Even Anita Sarkeesian is trying to join the fight with those she used to be against.
You could not live with your own failure.
Are
Where
you
did
serious?
that bring you?
Oh, fuck no. She can't. No, fuck her. I don't care. She can't be part of this. No. That bitch has ruined a lot of shit. No. No way, bro. I would not have her part of this.
Brightroclose says LMAO.
Or your side. No. She cannot participate in this shit. Because she is one of the bastions who started this nonsense back in 2015, I think even early as 2014, well, 2013, all the way to 2019. No.
To me.
And real quick, shout out Green Line. I told him I would use that reference.
That shows how much of a grifter she was. Because remember, she was hard, staunch on that shit. Now things are not going the way she wants. She wants to be on the other. She's a grift. Fuck that.
In the recent live stream, so good look, bro. But now she's come out of the woodwork, calling out the pro-censorship types because now it's coming for her interests. When over a decade ago, she helped create the gateway for everything that's happening now. She created the dragon that eventually eats its own tail, cannibalizing itself. And there were those who tried to warn her, but she didn't listen.
So yes, Samus wasn't a damseled woman waiting at the end of the game as a trophy. Rather, her body itself became the prize awarded to players for a job well done.
Yes! That's awesome! Instead of people consuming a medium they constantly express disdain for with certain aspects of it, I wish they would just go somewhere else rather than try to change everything about it or destroy it outright. And even still, in my latest video, when I express these concerns, people in the comment section will completely miss the point I was trying to make. That Shimoneta, an anime where the story revolves around a totalitarian society where sexual expression or anything perceived as such warrants immediate penalty, is a world we are slowly approaching under the guise of safety, because safety is always the Trojan horse they try to use. And even still, I received a comment saying, well, what's wrong with a, let's say, corn-free society? And it made me think, no matter how much I try my best to articulate my message, the overall point will still go over people's heads, unable to see the forest through the trees. First of all, in Shimoneta, it's not just about objective corn, it's about anything that can be perceived as such. Like, there's a character who literally removes basketball rims from the school's gym because it can be perceived as condoms, leading to lewd thoughts, jokes, or behavior, meaning it's subjective to the person at hand doing the judging. And once you hand that type of power to a person or entity, it's like a drug, to where they literally start to power trip, wanting to attain more of it. And that's the bigger point at hand I was trying to address. And then they followed up with a comment basically saying, fan service for them is world breaking and ruins the immersion for them. And they referenced Delicious in Dungeon, a scene where the character crawls through a hole and the camera unnecessarily pans to her ass.
Nice ass.
And when I read that, I was actually truly shocked. And I mean no disrespect.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I looked at that. I seen that scene with what's her name? Fuck, her name is something with an M. But like, I didn't think of it as anything close to sexual. I just thought it was like, oh, she's just crawling through. Because if you was behind her, you would be seeing her ass. Let's just call it for what it is. Like, the camera's following her, like, as if we was behind her. I don't think that's fan service. Like, it's not like it was like a panty shot or something. She's literally crawling through a literal hole she can't fit through. I don't know.
This response, because
some of you may say that's unnecessary to see. We can just see her go through the hole and go to the other side. That's fine. That's fair, I guess. But still, I don't think it was anything close to like. I didn't think anything close to like, oh my god, this is such a shot. I'm like, I don't think anyone saw that and be like, my god, this is the greatest ass of all time, and we need to protect this. No, like that happens in a lot of shows where someone's crawling through a hole and either we see behind their ass or not. Whether it's boy or girl, it's not really a thing. Usually they make a comedic thing where a dude bumps into the other person's ass or something. If it's like two dudes or a dude and a girl or vice versa. I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
The commenter wasn't smug or trying to be snarky with their comment, and I actually appreciate that. But it made me think, did this person just start watching anime a few years ago? That's nothing new in anime. It was kind of tamed, actually, compared to other types of fan service. But basically, that's what fan service is. And it's been like that since the 70s, possibly earlier, with certain anime having more or less of it. It's almost like complaining that there's horror in a horror film, or that in Game of Thrones you might randomly see a woman walk around topless. It's an HBO show, so it's kind of expected, and anime is very similar when it comes to fan service. And maybe you're into stories with dungeon exploration, but this just caught you off guard, so maybe something like Indiana Jones might be more of your alley. Like how a person maybe enjoys fantasy worlds, but Game of Thrones is a bit too hardcore or graphic for them, so instead they choose to watch something like the Lord of the Rings trilogy because it's a bit more tamed. So rather than complaining, trying to change what this is, they choose to watch something else of what that is. And I really wish more people would take that approach. Yes, anime is extremely popular at the moment, but for many viewers, it may not be for you, and that's okay. But stop trying to force it to be for you because you want to tune in like everyone else and not have FOMO.
And that's the funniest thing about anime. There's so many different shows and different varieties with different concepts and approaches that there's an anime for someone. You can have the most bland anime ever. Like, there's an anime where it's literally about a schoolgirl taking taking a literal sleep. She's sleeping in bed. Weird. I don't know why you would watch that, but then I'm like, that exists. There's an anime where a young girl goes from school, goes up in her room, and goes to bed. And that's the whole 20 minutes of the whole show. She's in bed. I don't know who will watch that shit, but that does exist. There's a whole anime about college girls, I think, wearing socks, and the whole thing is focuses on the socks, and like everything is not detailed, but everything that's detailed and painted well is the socks. There's an anime about literal soccer, and it has like, I won't say magic, but give you a very exaggerated version of that. There's an anime about Topps being Topps Beyblade. There's an anime about like Pokemon-esque mecha. It's called Metabots. There's Pokemon. There's Digimon. There's a digital version of Pokemon. Like there's all different versions of these type of things that comes in different variants of each other, whether they're from the same universe or something completely different. But for some odd reason, they can't find an anime they can watch. There's animes about horror, mystery, detective work that is grounded in real life that has little to no fan service at all. Like you can watch Spy X Family. I don't think there's any fan service in that per se. There's a lot of fight scenes, but I don't think there's any fan service.
And here's another. Dan to Dan has one glaring flaw I can no longer ignore. In its attempt to show human suffering in its entirety, the series resorts to graphic sequences that include minors. While horrifying violations do happen at all times, I doubt showing them on screen so clearly is necessary. Episode 1 itself contains a scene in which aliens try to SA Momo. It was an extremely disturbing scene which might have been skippable. There are plenty of ways to hint at an ongoing event without animating every step of it. This is someone who speaks as if they've been coddled their whole life. At this point, Barney might offend these types who can't bear to watch a scene that's sort of designed to make you feel uncomfortable. She will probably have a panic attack if she actually watched other anime that goes much further, which makes me believe she just discovered anime yesterday. She probably subscribes to the notion that anime are kid cartoons, with the similar type of thinking like the collective shout group of lonely, miserable Karens who seek to sanitize entertainment and make everything safe.
Maybe that's true. I don't even think it's that. I think I call them like the mainstream normies. They only go with everything that is mainstream. They don't go anything further past that. They don't watch anything that is not dubbed. They'll watch anything that is dubbed, but they won't watch anything that is subbed. And usually, some sub stuff is so popular and can be considered mainstream. But majority of most sub stuff that's on Crunchyroll or even outside of that, are not seen in the American zeitgeist, but it's usually pretty good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I remember I found what is it? Blue Exorcist before Blue Exorcist became Blue Exorcist on Toonami, and then it moved more popular into the West. I watched it in sub first, and I was so pissed. It came out like 2 or 3 months later in English. And I was so annoyed by that, but it was what it was. So, it is what it is.
Treat you like a child, wanting to be the parents of society, mentally lock you
away.
Like,
these people will not want to watch Panty and Stocking. Oh my god.
A padded room, because God forbid you come across something that's daring, bold, and edgy, which I applauded Dan to Dan for as soon as I watched the first episode. The scene with the aliens and Momo that they're referring to, I didn't take so damn serious, but if anything, it made me laugh. Not in a light-hearted way, but in a dark humor. Oh my god, I can't believe they went there.
We require the use of your banana organs.
Like the way the aliens were revealing themselves was the type of comedy that's hilariously absurd. And I'm glad there's still creators that are willing to go against that politically correct, you can't go that far narrative, testing the boundaries, stretching the limits, and look at the results. Dan to Dan is one of the most popular anime out right now, despite the journos and Karens online who constantly complain about it but still choose to watch. This is anime. Get used to it. It's not foreign to the medium. This isn't Hallmark, a network full of shows that's meant to cater to your easily offended sensibilities. And as I always say, if you don't like it,
get the fuck out! It's that simple.
But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Look, I know in the modern era, people have been socially conditioned to be offended by everything, then morally grandstand and virtue signal, voice and outrage on social media. But what we are witnessing right now is the slippery slope. It's no longer a theory, but a proven fact that's currently playing out, coming for everything. With the Trojan horse, we're trying to protect the children. It's about safety. So no more panty shots, because anime is real and reality is animation. Even when it comes to gaming, the same argument occurs. At least that's how their backwards logic comes off. Wake the fuck up and realize what's happening, because your ignorance is coming at everyone else's expense and it helps them. But that's all I have. I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Rethink. Peace.
Good. This was a good video. This was from... Wait, let me give his name, just make sure I read it right, so I don't want to say it wrong. This is from Monte Sensei. He has 7,950 subscribers. I'm gonna actually put this one on the reaction channel. I actually enjoyed this. This was a good fight. This was a good video. It was straight to the point. I have no problem with that too. All right, let's go next. That go by there, but no, but that one. Not that one either. Alright, so let's listen to something a little bit different.
Online.
Well, actually, no, it was the other. Okay, let's go with this one. So, this is from Luesta. I think that's his name, Luesta. He's the person who talks. This won't be on the anime channel, so don't worry about it. Where the subway clout chaser now. Remember the subway clout chaser from Atozi, or I think it was Atozi. I forgot who did the video, but a dude who was in Subway and he destroyed the whole Subway because he wanted to be famous and he thought he was I think he wanted to be a rapper or something. He wanted to get signed by Meek Mills or some shit, and that did not happen. And I think he built a gambling addiction. If I'm correct, I think he built a gambling addiction and then he got famous for being crazy or something like that. So let's see what happened to him.
The problem with becoming synonymous with doing outrageous things online in the pursuit of success is that once you've set that precedent, you need to keep upping the ante. And as the public becomes aware of your antics, then that notoriety is going to follow you. So what you might have once thought as just a stupid stunt you did when you were younger might come to be what the public knows you as, leaving their perception locked in place. And if you team all that pressure with an individual who is stuck in a rut of his own bad decisions, then you begin to understand the circumstances that this faltering content creator finds himself in.
What's up? It's Jamani. About to overdraft my bank account to go to the casino. I just lost $280. All right, so y'all can laugh. Y'all can laugh if you want. Y'all can laugh if you want.
Because not only is he not where he wants to be in his life, even after sharing it with the world, it's difficult to envision there's any way he can make it out as a success.
I'm 30 years old. I'm sleeping on the floor. I don't have a car. I'm waiting for the bus. My life is just not together. I'm a bum. It's 100% my fault. You know, there's no question on whether or not if I need to get some help. I obviously don't have enough self-control to manage my life.
It's your boy Luesta, and this is the bizarre fate of Jamani, the infamous Subway clout chaser. If you're not one of the people who regularly tunes into his videos, let me first clarify who Jamani Clary is, and why he's become one of the most bizarre characters the internet has to offer. An aspiring rapper, the Rhode Island native worked everywhere, but never exactly excelled anywhere. In fact, he had 30+ jobs while chasing his dreams of stardom on the side. But that wouldn't be enough to earn him the 55K strong following on TikTok and the millions of views that he's pulled in across all his viral clips over the years. Instead, that all began with a plot to get on the radar by any means necessary. Moving into his third decade without obtaining the kind of buzz that he aspired to, Jamani was at the end of his tether.
I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do as far as in the videos that I do at Subway. They're definitely gonna be controversial. They're gonna be pretty disgusting. They're gonna be out of my character. Everything that I'm gonna be doing is for publicity. I owe myself an apology for even allowing my life to get to this point where, you know, I result into controversy, thinking that, you know, I'm gonna become famous and that's how I'm gonna get rich.
Given that he was trying to make waves in the internet space of the mid-2010s, he knew that there was one thing that people latched onto more than anything else, and that was crazy clout-chasing behavior. So with that, he began to take drastic action, beginning with a video during his time working for CVS, where he stormed into a Rite Aid and smashed the place up.
We don't support none of this shit right here.
When that got a little buzz, he then tried to latch on to celebrity deaths, such as that of Pop Smoke, only to then apologize for his behavior and for making it all about him.
Hey, rest in peace, Pop Smoke.
This man's an idiot.
I want to apologize to Pop Smoke. I want to apologize to Pop Smoke's mother. I want to apologize to Pop Smoke's brother. And I also want to apologize to the black community. I was wrong for what I've done. I've been making poor choices in my life, and there's no excuse. You know, I have to take responsibility. I genuinely want to apologize and let everyone know that I'm sorry.
Thank you for the
While
likes.
These videos certainly did the rounds online, they did little to advance his career of the man behind them. A rapper who certainly has some talent, but not all the other intangibles it takes to be a star. I'm gonna be real, his skill at rapping is tragic. He's likely the best person of those around him, and he may even be good enough to develop a small fan base, but he's not good enough to really make it. Sensing that his options were running out, Jamani hatched a plan to do something people couldn't ignore. The only problem was that it didn't exactly make anyone want to support him, and instead, it left them disgusted. You see it a lot of movies, where someone is rude to a fast food worker or a waiter in a restaurant, and to get revenge, they decide to mess with their food. But you always like to think that it doesn't really happen. However, with a series of heavily watermarked videos, Jamani was about to use his last gasps as a Subway employee to horrify the world. All the while, he did so in a vain attempt to get Meek Mill of all people to pull him out of the trenches and give him a contract.
At Meek Mill. Tell Meek Mill to sign me the at Meek Mill. Let him know. I'm trying to get signed to Dream Chasers. For this Subway. All of this Subway, bro. At Meek Mill, man. Let him know I'm trying to sign the Dream Chasers, bro. As far as with me, just a little bit about myself, you know what I'm saying? My name is Jamani. I'm 28. From Providence, Rhode Island. I've been putting out music videos since I was 17. But, you know, I'm in a position where, like, you know, like, I ain't make it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm about to be 30, you know what I'm saying? And it don't look like I'm going to make it.
In footage that left the internet horrified, Jamani could be seen walking on the food.
Bro, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Bro walked on the foot. Are you serious right now? Bro walked on the food, dude. What? What are you doing? Oh my god.
While in another clip, he went as far as placing the deli meats on the toilet.
I don't know how I got to this point in my life.
Among all the disgust this caused in the general population, Subway confirmed to Newsweek that the independent franchise owner of the Rhode Island restaurant had fired Jamani. Subway and our network of franchises take health.
They should have put him arrested. He should be arrested for that. That's disgusting. That is actually completely disgusting.
Food safety extremely seriously and don't condone any of the behavior that violates our strict policies in these areas. Subway told the magazine at the time, ensuring he would never work with one of their stores ever again. The news actually did get him on a rap radio station, but not in the capacity that he probably hoped for. Instead, he got clowned by Charlemagne, who labeled him the donkey of the day for his short-sighted behavior.
If you're trying to get a record deal, if you know, trying to sign to Dream Chasers, where's the music? Where the raps? Or the singing? What about that video? Okay, what about the video you posted would make Meek Mill want to sign you to Dream Chasers? Young King, I really want you to know, who would employ you after seeing that video? I just want you to ask yourself that question. Don't get it confused. Signing to Dream Chasers would be a job, okay? Your dream job, clearly, but a job nonetheless. But why would anyone employ you when they see how you act at your places of employment? See, what you do with a little is exactly what you will do with a lot.
And as for the rest of the world, they just remained baffled as to what he could ever hope to achieve with this conduct, other than getting blacklisted from every place of business on Earth. This is definitely one of the more interesting things to do for clout. One of those instances where it's just so sad it's funny. Hopefully this guy figures things out though. I gotta swallow my pride. I gotta do whatever I gotta do to put myself in a better position. My guy, that would start with not sabotaging every damn job you get. When asked for a comment about it all by Newsweek, Jamani seemed aware it wasn't his finest hour. I did some grimy stuff I should have never done. I could be better, and I want to be better. There's gonna be consequences for that, even some legal consequences. Jamani said about his Subway videos, I gotta get in the right state of mind to put in the work to be able to capitalize off the controversy that I created. And at every turn, he said he saw it as a means to an end.
All of this clout chasing is temporary, bro. Deadass. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to be doing none of this.
But if you've been following Jamani ever since, you know that he's never truly managed to do that, self-sabotaging himself at every step of the way. Yet, with his back against the wall, he saw his future on platforms like YouTube, rather than by working a dead-end job.
Still struggling. Got all my clothes in a suitcase, sleeping on a blow-up bed. Can't afford to quit my job, but at the same time, my job is never gonna get me out of this situation right here. So, kind of don't need my job. I need to find something that is more beneficial, and that something for me is being a content creator. I've made controversial decisions before with going.
Bro, if I was you, I would either go to school, go to technical school. It's not too late per se. Yes, you're 30, but you can still go back to school. My father-in-law is literally, he's still in school himself. He went back to school to better his situation, and he's like 50 something. So if you're 30, you still have a chance to at least fix your situation. You don't have to go to college. You can go to technical school and build on a trade. That's a thing, and then you can like build on a trade, take that trade, go into blue collar? I think it's blue collar. Become a blue collar worker, make some decent money, get your shit out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a bit humiliating to a degree, depending. But then again, like, if you just keep your head up, keep positive, and just stay focused, and don't really focus on like trying to be a content creator, things will be fine. That's just the gist of that. Like, not everyone's gonna be, the next big thing just because they do a controversial thing. This probably would have worked back in the early 2010s, or at least before 2010. This probably would have popped off for you in like 09, 06, 07, 08 per se. But then again, I'm like, you're not going to make it to where you want to be, because a lot of people already done this before. Boot Gang already capitalized on this nonsense a long time ago, and look at him now. He went down like a very strained path of like drugs and a lot of yes men and people using him. Now he claims he's into God now or something like that. I don't know he really is or isn't, but I don't really truly think that is. I think he's like in the pseudo like Christian, like he accepts God, but he's still gonna do some fuck shit type stuff, like I like fake Christian shit. He's not like, I don't think majority of people who do that is really into God. I think they're just saying, I don't want to do the stupid shit I'm doing anymore. I accept God to a degree where I acknowledge that he exists, but I don't think I'm going to do everything that he says in that book. So that's usually what most of them end up doing one way or another, per se. I'm not saying all of them don't do it. Some people will dive into that if they really need that, and that's fine. Because I think we all need some form of religion. I think it keeps us grounded. I think Mike said the same thing back. We was playing on Peak on the other day, or so. So like, yeah, I would just bite the bullet and just go back to basics and just go back to school. You might find something you like and enjoy, or just go back to technical school, and then get a skill in it or a trade, and work a blue collar job, save your money, something like that. Shit, be a garbage guy. Be honest with you, no one wants to be a garbage guy, but I'm not gonna lie to you, they make very decent money. I'm pretty sure, like, they make pretty good money. Being a garbage worker makes very good money, believe it or not. But a lot of people don't want to say I'm a garbage man. So,
in the stores, knocking things off shelves, I went viral. It didn't benefit me the way that I needed it to, in order for me to pursue a career as a full-time content creator.
Despite the fact that what he did was despicable, Jamani suggested it didn't represent his true self.
Yeah, I think that's really it. I just can't believe how much I changed as a person over the last 10 years, especially the last 5 to 6 years. I've changed so much. I can't picture myself like if the younger me knew like everything that I'm doing just for publicity. Like, kind of wrap my head around that. You know, I know this is not who I am, but a lot of people might think this is who I am. Yeah, I think that's it. You know, there's no reason to stretch this video.
But rather than being the stepping stone he hoped for, it ultimately only limited his prospects. And even
So wait, dude, I know a perfect way for him to get out of this situation. He said he wants to be a rapper, right? Okay. Instead of trying to be a rapper and try to get like a Meek Mill like signing and all that stuff, do this. And this is gonna be hard, but this is gonna build on a fan base that will support you. Do videos of you trying to rap. It's gonna be, it might be cringe, or it gives be, but if you make it like a series where you're trying to learn how to rap better, and you get tried to like opinions of people, yes, they're gonna clown you, they're gonna make fun of you and stuff like that. But if you keep doing it, ignore like the evil things they say, and you progressively will get better. You can build on a fan base of people who are looking at someone who's trying, because there's people who are willing to follow someone who's trying than someone who's already there. Because if you show them that you're trying, you're putting your effort to be like improve on your skills on that, people who want to be rappers will be inspired by that and try to follow you and see how you do. Just like how people like do workout videos. Just like how people do like how people do like workout videos. They like the videos of you progressing from wherever you started into whatever you are, from whether 6 months or a year from now. If you do that stuff, I guarantee you will have more people following you and taking you more seriously, and might build on I won't say music career, but like something with that has to do with the music genre, and people will support you. And then when you actually feel like really good at enough, like doing like just basic ciphers, you know what I'm saying, like basic freestyles, basic ciphers, just keep it normal, right? And like keep the tempo and know how to change flows and switch up and one-liners and, you know, punchlines and all that stuff. If you do that, a lot of people will follow him. That's organic. It is simple in concept. It is relatable, right? And that's one thing. You want to be relatable, right? That's why when people like come to me and for artwork, I give them the best advice I can without devaluing what I'm doing or devaluing their question. So you give them a sense of relatability. So like when someone comes to you, how you're so talented, how do you draw X, Y, and Z? I'm like, I'm not talented, bro. I just practice a lot, and to prove that, you can look at all my videos from whatever day I started posting, and you can see the progression. And I think majority of you, if you want to see my progression, start on Instagram. You can go to my Instagram and start at the very beginning. I started posting like literal postings, and then you can see up to that. You can see a significant difference, right? And I post videos, I post pictures, I post everything about that thing, right? So if you do that, you can build on a fan base. I did that to a degree. I want to say fan base. I don't know if that's the right term, but I built a bunch of followers that followed me on Instagram to 30,000. I have people who follow me on TikTok almost to 100,000. I have people that follow me on YouTube. We're near to what I think we're at 10,000. I think we're close to 10,000, right? So you can build on that and give people a sense of, I don't know, a sense of I can do it too, whether they're young or old. You know what I'm saying? I'm 30 years old, right? I do this as my side job, per se. So like, do what you want to do as a side job. Do what you're mainly doing as your like current income. Take your current income, take pieces of it to fund that side job till that becomes your main job, right? So that's what you should do, right? Especially if you're like 30 years old or something, just save your money, bro. Or just go back to school. I would go back to school, but for me, I'm learning how to code and stuff like that. So, but then again, everyone's learning how to code, so you have to stand out, right? So once you learn how to code, you have to build on projects, and building on those projects, you build on a portfolio. You build on a portfolio, and you feel like, you know, you're pretty good. And I remember I talked to my cousin. No, I don't. A lot of people think I'm 17. So like a lot of people, like my cousin, he told me, he's like, work on, because I was at that where he was at a degree, but he said like just work on some projects. He said work on some projects that's like worth a damn, and don't like do like how to build a calculator or some stupid shit. Everyone's done that. Like build something that is relevant to what you want to do in life, and then take that portfolio and present it to like a particular like startup company or whatever the case may be, and then know how to, or get insight on how to do like interviews and stuff, and then once you feel more confident in that, then you might get the job, you may not. Maybe you have to brush up more skills, maybe you have to add more to your portfolio. But he said it's best to have 5 good projects that's worth a damn than have 100 plus projects saying that you did all these things and it's not worth a shit. So I was like, okay. So, you know, it is what it is. You have to sometimes bite the bullet, bite your pride, and say, you know what? You gotta do your best. You gotta, you know, buckle down. You gotta focus. You know, that's just the way of the land. Not everyone's lucky to become, you know, the next big thing. A lot of people didn't think that I Am Speed was going to make it the way he was acting, but he did. I just believe the reason why Speed got to where he was is because he was at the right place at the right time. He played the right thing at the right time. He had the right luck at the right time. He had the right, he said the right things at the right time. Even if it was controversial, it was just, he just did everything right at the right time, not because he knew. It's just like, it was either based on pure luck or because he didn't know what he was doing. He was just doing what he was doing because, you know, it was just the right place at the right time. That's just one of those things, right? So I don't think that's the end is for you. You just have to build your end. The problem is he wants a handout from others to give to him, like Meek Mill and Pop Smoke and stuff. Well, I think Pop Smoke is dead, but like, that's the whole point of this. So if I was him, I would work on my technical skills and then see where that takes you. Because right now he's just said he had more than 30 jobs or something, and that's not good, dude. I'm not saying it's not good to have a work ethic, but I don't think that's a good thing. So if I was him, I would go back to school. If he can't afford school, go to technical school. If he can't go to technical school, I suggest work hard at your current job and save up to go to technical school or college, or get financial aid or whatever the case may be, or contact your family. Maybe he's not in contact with his family. Maybe he has issues with his family. Sometimes this might suck, but you have to bite the bullet and be like, you know what, I might hate my family, but I need to survive, so I'm gonna be nice, go back to them, say sorry, try to make peace, and then try to help my situation, because sometimes you can't pick your parents and you can't pick your brothers and sisters, but you have to learn to live with them, or at least deal with them, if most of them are alive, I'm saying. But that's just the way of the land of how things go. So
in his initial apology to Subway, Jamani actually foretold that he was going to create problems for himself.
I just know the things that I'm considering of doing, like, it's gonna ruin my reputation. My reputation is already bad, and it's getting harder and harder for me to get a job. Not that I want a job, because I don't, but the fact that I need one.
See, but that's his problem. His mindset is fucked. He needs to get out of that mindset that he doesn't want a job. I understand you don't want a job. No one does. But then again, you have to get out of that mindset. You keep telling yourself these negative things. And when the more you keep telling your negative things, you will receive negative things. And when I say negative things, I'm talking about your subconscious. When you think this way in a subconscious manner, you will subconsciously think negatively. So what he needs to do is stop talking like this and say, you know what, I just need to buckle down and focus. Lock in. Focus. What am I having trouble with? My finances. Okay, I need to get a job that pays me. Save my money. Look up some YouTube videos on how to do better in finance. How to make my money work for me. Or something like that. So, something to that degree. But when he's saying things like this, you're not going to get anywhere.
it's getting harder.
And years on, that's exactly what he's done, leaving him stuck in a life that he feels is unfit for him and his goals. So what has Jamani been doing in the years since he got his biggest viral moment via needless clout chasing? Well, the answer is doing exactly what he was doing before. At every turn, his resume has expanded with jobs ranging from doing maintenance at hotels to stacking shelves at Dollar Tree and more. But what his original videos didn't exactly explain is that there's a demon on Jamani's back, and that is his addiction to gambling. And for those who watch his content, they have come to realize it is that self-destructive habit which ensures that he's trapped to doing the same thing on a day-to-day basis.
I've had more jobs than most people my age, because if you had more jobs than me, that's a problem. Like, why would you?
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's literally not good. You have 30 plus jobs in your lifetime, and you're 30 years old. That's like you had a job per year. That's not good, bro. But that's not possible. You can't be working at one. But I'm just saying, that sounds funny.
Like, I've had more than 30 jobs throughout my life, and I'm 30. I need to stop gambling, because really my problem is gambling. Before I do anything, I need to stop gambling.
I can't. I don't understand gambling, like, addiction. That shit doesn't make sense to me. Like, I hate losing. And I like the guarantee of winning most cases. So why the fuck would I play a game that my odds are more against me than I am going to win? That doesn't make sense. I would not play a game that I know I'm not going to win, or I'm more likely not going to win than win. That doesn't make any sense. After a while, you kind of have to realize, man, I'm losing a lot of money. I gotta stop this shit. This is stupid. Like what are okay, say you're playing a gambling type game, right? Or loot boxes. But like, say you're playing a gambling type game. Are you really expecting to win every time you play? Like, that's not realistic at all. Are you actually expecting to win every time you play? Or are you expecting... Yeah, but like, what's annoying is like, okay, say you make your first gambling, you play your first gambling game. You get like, say, I'll say $200, right? What are the chances of you getting another $200 right after that one? Very unlikely. I would say, okay, and even if you manage to get another $200, or probably a little less, that's where you just literally fucking stop. It's not a big payday, no, but it's a lot more than you was expecting, so therefore you won at that, stop. I think this is how you should stop. If you lost the first 3 games, you stop. Or at least, if you, like, whether you win or lose within those 3 games, you stop at 3. That's it. Or if you want to be even, 4. But if you have the funds, that's fine. But that's it. You shouldn't go any more further. You shouldn't play any more games after that. That's it. There should be a limit. That's it. But probably that doesn't even work, to be honest. Maybe that's why they like gambling. Gambling is just... I think it's weird. I think it's a weird... It's a weird thing. Because I don't like that. I'll stop on 3. Stop on 3. 1, 2, 3. But like, I'll stop at 3. That's what I think would be best. But you know,
what job I get, I'm just gonna take my paycheck and donate it to the casino.
But
why, dude?
He insists he doesn't want to.
And this is why. This is why he's where he's at. He's willingly giving money to the stupid.
Instead, looking to make cash through content creation.
I was working at a Motel 6, and I just quit the job because there was a chance that I was probably going to end up getting fired anyways. Long story short, I got caught sleeping in the motel.
Yet, with an inability to truly garner an audience that will allow him to quit the job market, he continually holds on to them for a short period of time before either quitting or being fired. And as he's learned, that happens a lot, as his past deeds and ill-gotten internet notoriety are following him.
Person recognizes me and then essentially ends up snitching on me to everyone else. It just creates a bad atmosphere for me.
And to say that he gets frustrated when he finds himself residing in the same circumstances that he started in would be an understatement.
It's closed right now, but that's the Dollar Tree I work at. But yeah, I have no idea like where I'm headed in life. I'm more concerned than ever as far as in like my future. Just, you know, I'm about to be 30, you know, and I'm nowhere near having my life together, and I should be doing a lot better. I have 2 jobs. I've been making the most money I've ever made in my life. I cut my hours back. I was working 70 plus hours. I'm not gonna get into all of that. You know, it's a blessing for me to even have a job after all of everything I've done on the internet, all of the controversial stuff.
Still, he remains in this Groundhog Day, bringing his long-suffering but morbidly fascinated followers along for the ride. If you're wondering what Jamani's life as a gambling addict looks like, let me break it down. First, he gets off of his 9 to 5. Then he takes whatever little money he's got left and brings it straight to the casino, heading right to his go-to game,
Jesus
roulette.
Christ.
He repeats the process until he gets a rare win, or loses it all. In the process, he has segued from focusing on rap to locking in as a gambling content creator.
Yeah, for real. I would not record myself doing this shit because the likelihood you're going to win every time. Yeah, like I wouldn't do it. Like the more you keep, like you're recording yourself to lose. You're gonna be more losing than you are winning. The chance, like shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I would not do this. I will find something else to do. I don't know how you get addicted to gambling. That shit's isn't going.
But it seems to fans like this is just an excuse for him to spend more time at the casino than he could justify otherwise.
I'd rather continue doing this because I look at the analytics, and regardless of the people that tell me don't gamble, the analytics don't lie. The numbers is telling.
Bro, you're better off doing crypto, I think, at this point. But then again, I wouldn't even respect that either. Like, because that's just as risky, almost.
I mean, people are watching this kind of content.
In the process, he has lost a whole lot of money, and the true shock is the limits he goes to just to feed his addiction, essentially creating debts and financial deficits purely to return to the roulette table.
I'm taking my credit cards, and I'm gonna go to Apple, get an iPad, then take that iPad and bring it to the pawn shop for cash to go back to the casino. So this is the iPad Pro I'm gonna give. It's gonna be a little bit more than $1,000 after taxes. Now, I've been coming to this pawn shop for about 10 years, since I started gambling, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if I get $250 for this. If they offer me $200, that's gonna be flat out disrespectful. But yeah, I got the $300.
You have some nerve to say what's disrespectful and what's not. You have some fucking nerve, bro. I'm dead serious. The lack of self-awareness of that. Bro literally said that we flat disrespectful. I'm like, bro, come on. You're one to speak.
Casino, and let's see what happens.
With Jamani taking a loss of hundreds before he even goes to the tables, it's not a surprise that he had to prematurely take his braces off, purely because he'd squandered the money to pay for them.
I could have still kept my braces, but I was gambling, so. About to go get my braces removed. Definitely not happy about it.
Bro, you're 30 years old and you have braces? And you're not paying for your braces? Are you stupid? You are beyond stupid, sir. I'm sorry. I have to say it. I know that sounds rude, but you need a wake-up call. You have braces on at 30? I'm not saying that you having braces is evil at 30 or something, because, you know, you can't control your teeth per se. You can brush your teeth, but you can't control your teeth, turns out. But, Jesus Christ. You know you have braces. That is one of the most important things you have to keep on, you gotta be on top of. And you're too busy gambling. You could have saved that money, and you said you had 2 jobs, so you had, I want to say, like, perhaps. Probably, this is probably a psychological childhood trauma thing or something. But like, bro, this is not good. This is beyond stupid.
I knew better for the most part, and I still didn't do better. So I'm the only one I can blame. I'm glad that I even had the opportunity to get my braces. So the fact that I even had braces is progression in itself. I got a decent job, and
are you kidding me?
There was an opportunity for me to get braces, and I took that opportunity. Didn't keep the job, and result, well, I could have still kept my braces, but I was gambling. So I'm not sure where I go from here. You know, got my braces taken off. I'm hoping to be able to get braces again within the next 1 to 2 years. That depends on how much money I'm making on YouTube, social media. This is it for me. Like, this is gonna have to work, or I don't know.
And while this could be a valid hustle, if he was liable to win a whole host of cash, he fundamentally was bad at it.
Before I go to the casino, I came to the bank because I want to deposit $50. My bank account's currently overdrafted $221, so I'm gonna do that before I go to the casino.
But running a less than elaborate scam with iPads isn't the only way he gets money aside from his job. Alongside what little revenue he gets from AdSense on YouTube, he also receives donations from fans. And while he should be avoiding the
Are you
casino
kidding
or
me?
seeking help, it
Oh
seems that
my
his-
god, bro. This is evil. Not only this is evil, this is not even fair to me. Cause like I work my ass off doing what I do every day, and then going to work and also fucking doing this. Like, and I don't even get half those donations. Like, what? Not saying I deserve them, but like it doesn't make sense. You guys are literally feeding this man's sins at this point. That's evil. Y'all don't care about this man. If y'all care about this man, you would not give him any money, and at least try to convince him to go back to school, save your money, or at least if we're gonna donate to you, do something different. What the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sitting here drawing a... Bro, what? I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. If a man with an addiction can get money like this, what the fuck am I doing? Oh my god, I don't have an addiction. I don't have a problem. I have no problem with the law. I have no problem with anyone. I have no issues. I give best advice as I could. That is evil. Y'all are evil. You people are doing this are evil. You're going to kill this man. That's so fucked up. Do not give this man money. The more you give him money, he's going to not do better for himself. Oh my god. I just gave the best blueprint that he can do within the thing he likes and also make money. And he already has donations. So what he can do is take those donations and say, hey guys, I ain't doing the gambling thing, but I am going to entertain y'all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on my rap thing, but what I'm going to do is, instead of just trying to make music, I'm going to do my best to do ciphers as best as I can with every beat I go on. So whenever I have a new beat, I have to do it every time, and I have to rap off the top of my head. You know how many people like doing that? Do that shit on TikTok. You can have like a basic beat playing in the background, right? Like basic. It doesn't have to be no copyright or anything. Just a basic hip hop beat in the background. Basic as shit, like from the 80s type shit. Like something you can just tap on the screen or something. I don't know. Do that. You many people they'll clown you. I'm not gonna say they won't. But then again, you will build on a fan base that you are trying and putting yourself out there. People will be impressed by you even doing that. They'll give you shit. If they're giving you shit for your sins, they'll give you shit for your accomplishments. Come on, dude. That's bullshit. I don't like this. This is evil.
Audiences are savoring every bad decision he makes. Gotta keep gambling, man. You'll hit it big soon, I know it.
Oh my god.
Intent on changing his life 1 minute and then setting himself back again the next. Jamani's journey is a difficult one to imagine. And to some of those who truly want to see him win, his fans who relish the woes he experiences are part of the problem.
He should, but I don't think he has money for that. He's too busy gambling. That's his problem. And I'm pretty well. He admit he has a problem, but this is why being self-aware is great. But self-awareness is only being half self-aware is just as worse as being non-self-aware. Because if you're self-aware halfway, you admitting that you have a problem doesn't solve the problem. You have acknowledged the problem, and the best thing to do is to fix that problem. Once you know the problem, you have every responsibility to fix that problem. Not acknowledge it and think that's good enough to go back to what you're doing. That shit is stupid. You're beyond stupid, beyond anything. That's worse than someone who's not knowing they have a problem, than someone who knows they have a problem and don't fix that problem. You are a problem, sir. That is wild.
Because rather than having a genuine support system, he has all of these people.
That comment is from the devil, yeah.
Clearly, the guy is very lonely and has no friends, which probably explains his repeat behavior of debauchery and pessimism. Bro has no one looking out for him IRL, just comments from fans who are only entertained by his life sinking further and further. A solid girlfriend or friend would do him a world of favors. And that's
No. A friend and girlfriend is not going to save him. That is not going to help. If anything, that's going to make things worse. Because what's going to happen is, if he had a girlfriend or a friend, he's going to use them. When you have an addiction like this, these people will use and they will abuse and use anything in their means to get that next fix. They're as almost as worse as a drug addict. They will use everything in their means to get that next fix. He having a girlfriend will not save his situation. He needs to get help. He needs to acknowledge there's a literal problem. He needs to stop said problem and start saying, you know what? I want to do better for myself. I ain't doing this shit no more. I'm going to do something different. If you have people already giving you money, do something else. I'm pretty sure if they like you enough, they will still send you money. That is crazy. He's getting $20, $30, $40, $50 donations. Like, what? Are you serious?
Probably not happening anytime soon. Sadly for Jamani, this isn't just a theory. In fact, his profound loneliness is something that has shown through in recent years. And these days, it's leading to some really creepy behavior that has made what little sympathy he gets from the general public only decrease. Over time, Jamani has discussed his persistent issues with women, even eventually describing himself as an incel.
It hurts, bro, because she's not the only girl, bro. Why did I decide to do this? Why am I crashing out like this? I've been hurt, and I've been hurt for years from every girl that I've pursued and talked to. It was all the same results, and I try to do things differently with different women, and I found myself continuing to get the same results. Women never really care for my emotions as a man. As men, it's like you can't be emotional, you can't be vulnerable. Yes, I'm an emotional guy, but I'm also very masculine too. I'm not soft. I will hurt you. If I have to say this, I come from the streets. If it really comes down to that, I'm that kind of guy. I'm also very sensitive. I'm also, with women, I don't want to be aggressive with women. With women, I'm just very, very soft. And with men, if I have to, it could be a do or die type of situation. It could be like a lethal situation. Women probably, I don't think women can see that. Not with me. If it made a difference, every girl that I ever, tried to, be, nice with, I felt like they just took my kindness for weakness or something. Yo, I'm not, don't think I'm just soft, because I'm not. In any room I walk into, I match people's energy. I will never be the softest guy.
Oh my god. This man's an idiot.
Any room, I don't care. When you're a guy that really wants to just be a good guy, and again, I'm willing to go get a third job for you. I'm willing to go get a better job. I'm willing to do things to better your life. I just want to make you happy. If you're a girl and I perceive you to be you're not just a girl that I just want to hang out, just have a one night stand. No, I'm willing to make real changes in my life for you, and you can't even give me.
Wait, but what? Why the fuck? See, this is where they don't take you serious. Why the fuck would you? Why would you try to change someone else's life when you're not doing it for yourself? You're an idiot. I hope you men hear this. When you men say stupid shit like this is why women don't fuck with you. When you're saying that I'm willing to change your life when you're a drug addict or a gambling addict, really? No. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't care how much you may like a girl, or what case me, or someone. You telling them you will give them the world when you have nothing to a few cents in your hand and a paper bag over your head and saying that you're going to give them the world, you're stupid. They look at you as a moron. It is what it is. Especially after your age, no, don't do that. What you need to do is fix your situation, and then you have bargaining chips in that relationship and saying what you can do, what you can't do. And they'll take you seriously. When you say shit like this, no. You can't change someone else's life when you can't even change yours, bro. Especially when you're not willing to do it. Because as soon as that person even points out some flaw that you're doing wrong, you're going to lash out and attack them almost instantly. Especially when it's not it's not even a criticism. It could be an astute observation on something, and then you're going to take it as a personal attack. No. No. Hey, Amir, what's going on?
Me an explanation on why you're not interested in me? You kind of respond to me, or you seem somewhat interested. It hurts, bro. It hurts, bro. Because she's not the only girl, bro. That's it, bro.
Because
Bro,
while he has lyrics,
bro, for on the One Piece sad song. He turned on the One Piece sad
success
song.
with women, it's not for a lack of lust. On one occasion, he even admitted that he slept with a prostitute while working at a hotel job that he lost soon after.
Working at this Motel 6 as a night auditor, I just made a very similar choice. It was unexpected for me, but you know, I'm just a real broken person. I have a lot of strong insecurities, low self-esteem, while at work to essentially pay a woman to have sex with her. And
Oh
you know,
my god, dude, you're really doing that? That's not good. That's not a good thing to do. Psychologically, that is not good to do. You're going to feel slighted and used at one. That might be your reward in your head, but that's not going to be good. You have to make sure you're good before everyone else is good. They said that in the plane, like if the plane's going down, right, and you're putting the thing over your face, you don't put the thing over your kid's face if you're with someone. You put it over your face first, and then you help them. You don't help them, then help you. There's a reason for that.
There was a language barrier between me and this woman, so she was using Google Translator, and I kind of don't even know where to start. But I'm just kind of really confessing my emotions and just how I feel, because in the process of it, I was excited. It was very interesting because, you know, I don't really get too much attention for females, and when I think about the choice that I made, it wasn't really just about sex. It was about, you know, wanting to feel accepted by women.
But while this shocked some people, it wasn't as bad as when he used what platform he had left to begin shooting his shot at his exes.
This is really my ex-girlfriend. Listen, if I'm lying about her being my ex-girlfriend, I will delete all my videos, all my social media. Jamani trying to get you back. Jamani needs you back. And I'm dead ass serious too. Like, I really need my girl back, bro.
Bro, what are you doing? Oh my god.
Of a few months, he basically asked his fans to harass her, only for him to eventually concede that she wasn't entertaining his advances.
Do y'all find this entertaining? Nah, she didn't text me back, bro. I texted her. Oh, you reached out to her? I appreciate it. Yeah, I had her. You hit her up on TikTok or Instagram? On both. Just for you. I appreciate that.
Why?
Bro. Yeah.
That's weird.
She don't want me back, bro. It's over. Bro, she wants you. Bro, trolling me. Nah, bro, it's over, bro. It's over. Cause I know her, bro. She would have been responded. As soon as she saw that video, she would have hit me up like, Jamani, what the hell's wrong with you? She didn't even do that. That's what's crazy though. She didn't even cuss me out. I thought she was gonna do that.
And once again, he refused to learn from his unforced errors,
doxing
another woman that he went to high school with.
So her name's Natalie. I downloaded Facebook. I don't know why. I don't even be on Facebook anymore. But I inboxed her. You know, I said, hey, what's up? If you need anything, let me know. What's your Cash App? So Natalie, you know, me and her go back since high school. And, you know, she been ignoring me for 15 years.
Bro. Oh my fucking. This is horrible behavior. You need to get help, sir. That's weird. Yes, this is why. No, this is you're putting people in danger. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it, Chief.
Why? I don't know, bro. But I need all my supporters to help me get her back, bro. I need her to respond. She's been ignoring me for 15 years, and I need her to respond.
Dude, you're gonna get crazy people to harass her.
She doesn't have a lot of friends. Her name's Natalie Rosario on Facebook.
Oh my god,
and
dude,
even after it backfired, Jamani was more focused on the views it got him, with no concern over what it would do to her.
I go on Facebook to see if she actually deleted. She deleted her picture. She changed her name. And I'm like, okay, so she's definitely, it's got to her, like, right? I didn't, like, to me, I'm like, I know people are gonna reach out, but I don't know, I'm still, you know, when you look at this video, the engagement that this video has gotten is number one right now within the last day.
He's evil. He's letting all this control him. He's evil. This is evil. He should go to jail for this. I'm sorry, you need to go to jail. Sir, you're putting people in danger. You're putting their personal and doxing them. That's crazy, dude.
3 hours, right? for me. So it's getting it's getting more engagement from all my other videos. Did I think it was gonna do that? Yes.
But after he realized she literally had to delete her social media accounts, he later apologized.
I just have to take accountability, and that's all I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? There's not much else I could try to do other than that. So I clearly have a lot of problems, and a lot of these, the way that I am is I developed like this over time, but you know, I've always kind of been very like unstable, so that plays a big part in why I have the problems that I do socially. You know, people can see that, you know.
Despite his toxic behavior, Jamani
Bro kind of reminds me of FusyTube in the most dumbed down way ever. He'll do some insane shit, and then as soon as you realize the insane shit is not going the way you want, he has a mental breakdown, start crying, and then having a real problem, saying that it wasn't him, it was Fuzi, it's everything but him. He's crying, he feels bad now, he doesn't want to do this anymore. Nope. This is crazy.
is still of the belief that his come up is faded. Recently, he's even reached out to streamers to attempt to boost his profile.
Anyone that's a streamer, content creator, rapper that's willing to put me on. I need someone that's famous. I need a cosign. I need someone that could co-sign me so I can monetize myself through their audience, their following. I want to make $20,000 a month.
But even though he insisted he wasn't owed anything, he still won't do anything to change the circumstances he's facing. Whether that would be seeking a real career that would fulfill him, or even getting consistent with his posting. Instead, it all falls away in favor of constantly chasing the easy dopamine hit of gambling. If there was one major flaw that has unfortunately defined Jamani's adult existence and time in the public eye, is that he's always seeking shortcuts to the good life, but only winds up deepening his despair in the process. And while he once thought it was the ticket to fame, the recklessness that defines him is keeping him trapped. As a result, he either has the world's sympathy or their disdain for his refusal to push through and truly make a difference. It's even sadder when someone is fully aware of their behavior and still chooses
to do the wrong thing. See, that's what I'm saying. You're stupid. You're beyond stupid. I believe you're more stupid when you know what you need to fix and you choose not to do it because some reason, you know you can fix it. You know there's a reason. There's a problem. You identified the issue and you still choose not to do it. You're an idiot. You're worse than someone who don't know the issue compared to someone who does know the issue.
Long after he hoped to be a success, Jamani has resorted to basically begging the world to help him out of a financial hole.
But if y'all really don't want me to continue to go viral, because I will continue to go viral. I'm at the casino right now. I lost $2,000, and that ain't no one's fault but my own. At the same time, I'm recording this video to ask for help. I'm asking for help for anyone that is in a position. I know I got a bad reputation. I went viral numerous times for doing all of the wrong things. If there's anyone that watches my content that is a content creator, a streamer, I know that there's people familiar of me. I don't want to continue on the path of the controversial viral videos, but gambling is what got me into being as compulsive as I am. Like, I could sit here and cry right now. Like I said, I lost $2,000, and that's just what's making me feel the way that I currently feel right now. And I don't have nothing to lose. I'm at the point where I'm just considering going viral because everything that I'm doing right now, I'm progressing, but it's happening too slow for me. The only thing that's gonna work for me is being a content creator. I can't continue to work a job. All my supporters, followers, at whoever, it could be Aiden Ross. If y'all really don't want me to continue to go viral, I'm talking about going in the stores, knocking things off the shelves. I wasn't lying when I said I'm gonna chase my way to the top. It's not what I wanted to do, but at the end of the day, I can't continue to be on this path that I'm on. I'm exhausted, and I just feel like I'm running out of time. Please though, I'm on some real, if there's anyone there that could really help me as a content creator, I really would appreciate it.
All the while, lashing out at trolls who refuse to let him live.
When I start talking about you, when I talk about you as a troll, as somebody that just wants attention, that you just criticize me in these little group chats and these little discords and these Reddits, you need help. You need help because
the person who needs help is telling people they need help. Oh, we are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are fucked as a society. Bro is telling people they need help when he won't get help. The hypocriticalness. Oh my god. It doesn't get any more American than that, I tell you.
I have a whole bunch of followers, and you think you're gonna make a whole bunch of friends by criticizing me because there's a whole bunch of people that are criticizing me, and you're trying to make friends. You're looking for validation, goofy.
Everything he's saying to this man, he's talking about himself. I'm just gonna be honest. Everything he's saying, he's describing himself without realizing it.
You are the one that you probably need more help than me.
For all that he has his
Wow.
issues, he does seem to have genuine support.
Hey, okay, sorry, what's going on?
I appreciate it, bro. Huh? I'm recording a vlog right now.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You good? You good, bro?
Can I get a picture with you though?
You want to get in this vlog?
Yeah.
Let's go,
Dude, you're famous enough that people recognize you on the street like that? Oh, you're a fucking loser, bro. Like you can monetize that pretty. Oh my god, stupid.
What's up, man? Hey, man. All right, shout out to man. I'm just chilling, riding through the city.
Meanwhile, he knows that there are some real flaws that need to be attended to if he is to ever succeed.
A lot of people gonna laugh at me, and you know what? I put myself in the circumstances that I'm in. It's 100% my fault. There's no question on whether or not if I need to get some help. I obviously don't have enough self-control to manage my life. And there's been times where I thought I could do it, and I know I have the potential to be better, but I haven't shown that. I haven't shown it in the last 10, 15 years. I'm like throughout my whole life, you know what I mean? So I appreciate the people that support me.
But at the moment, his impulse control means that even when he's got the handout he asked for, Jamani squandered it.
I hate being in a position that I'm in. At the time of that recording, I don't regret recording that video, as embarrassing as it is. Somebody reached out to me and gave me $5,000.
Are you kidding me?
Pay off all my...
Bro, $5,000? He got 5K? Are you fucking serious? I hate y'all. I hate y'all on the internet. I hate every last one of you. That is crazy. I don't care. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Ooh. That does not make any sense. Oh my god. Bro got $5,000. This is a jump off point for you to start. I want to say fresh or anything, because $5,000 is a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. It's a lot of money for basic necessities type stuff, but it's not life changing. So what he should do is take that money, use that money, bro. Okay, so I'm gonna get Mike up to speed. We're watching a dude who has a gambling addiction because he wanted to be a YouTuber or some type of rapper or something. Things didn't go up for him. He ended up being 30 years old. He's on the internet right now begging people for money, X, Y, and Z. He gets donations. He gets 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 plus donations from people. He has a job-ish. I don't know how his job situation is, because he keeps saying he has more than 30 jobs before, but he can't keep them long because I guess his gambling addiction gets in the way, or he makes really poor choices. He's been making videos of begging and then fighting with people per se on the internet, doxing girls that he used to be with or used to know. We're not even sure those women he had actually been with. He probably
Fox Fenix says hi.
And the issue with that is, bro just got $5,000 for no reason, because dude or these evil people are giving him money so he can crash out or have even more problems. It's bad. And I'm so frustrated with this because I'm like, I work my ass off on this side thing I'm doing alongside working with my folks, and I have never seen that amount of money ever come down my way in the slightest. And I'm not saying I deserve it. I'm saying the nonsense I'm saying is how do you give a gambling addict that much money and don't think they're not going to fuck it up? Unless you're purposely giving it to them for them to fuck it up. That's probably why the reason. Let's just be honest. They're probably doing that on purpose for him to fuck it up, just to see how much he can really put himself in a more worse hole than before. But are you kidding me? You guys are funding his addiction. This is evil. If you guys cared about this man, as you guys claim you should tell him to get help. Or at least fund his money to go get therapy. But he's not doing it. And he's not going to do it because you guys keep giving him money. This is no different from the Johnny Somali situation. The reason why Johnny Somali was doing his thing as long as he was doing it, because people was funding him. If he was getting no money for the shit he was doing, he probably would have stopped almost instantly. This is evil.
My credit card debt. I took that money, I paid off most of my debt, but I eventually gambled whatever, it was like $2,000 left.
Why?
$5,000, and then I would eventually get back into credit card debt, which I was only like,
So wait, you took the money, you took $3,000 out of that $5,000, took that $3,000 to pay off the majority of your debt, and you went and make that $2,000 to get even more debt, and then put that. What fucking idiot! You're a moron.
Let's say $1,000 debt that I didn't pay off, and that's crazy. Somebody sent me $5,000 because of that. When I recorded that video.
And sure enough, the cycle commenced once more.
I don't get paid from YouTube for like another 3 weeks, so all of this debt.
Bro, he's getting paid by YouTube. He's getting paid by people who donate to him. He's probably on TikTok for all we know. I don't even know. That's crazy.
Credit card debt that I have, and it's basically.
Hey, thanks you for the heart, Fox. I appreciate it. Hey, Fox.
I'm not
Sorry
able
about
to pay any of this right now.
But no matter what he tries, he knows that he's regularly wronged those who are trying to help him, and ultimately appreciates the fact that they are sticking by him, even while he's basically incapable of altering his ways.
I just want to apologize. I don't know if you still watch my content, but if you do, just want to apologize to you, and I want to apologize.
Fox Fenix says, "How has your day been?"
Pretty good. Right now, we're finishing up your. I'm on the last character so far. Larry did the other one. If you want to see it, there's that one. Hold on, so you have a full understanding what I drew. Hold on, that was the drawing there. So I don't know if he has a bunch of beards, but I gave him a little bit of like a thing. I don't know if like his face was be covered in fur. I'm not totally sure. So I was like, I wasn't. So I just gave him a like a.
Fox Fenix says, "Looks good. It was a beard."
Okay, I was just making sure. Thank God. I wasn't too sure if the thing was gonna look good to you or not.
And believing in me on doing the right thing, and one day I'm just gonna, support me unconditionally. Right now, I do not deserve to be supported unconditionally. I just want to clarify that. That's obvious.
You are so lucky. I wish I had that, man. If I had the funds he was getting like that, ooh, bro, I would be putting so much investment into Artextric like no one's business. I would be doing a bunch of new projects. I'll be trying some new stuff, new anime stuff, new art stuff. Oh my god, I would be doing a bunch of like gaming stuff too. I would be doing a bunch of new things, trying some new things, do anime reviews, do a bunch of everything. But this dude, fuck, bro. I would be doing a bunch of art stuff. Oh man, like.
I believe in unconditional support.
With Jamani struggling just as much as ever, the man most people know as simply the subway cloud chaser has backed himself into a corner where he is only regarded as a figure worthy of mockery or pity, rather with any kind of positive outlook.
Here's a video idea.
Niggas gonna keep trolling you, bro. I don't care.
You can buy some baby oil up.
Bro.
Start stroking it right in the eye.
Bro. You see? See? That's it. See? He ain't gonna listen.
And sometimes he looks like he wishes he never embarked upon his journey towards online fame in the first place.
This is crazy, bro. I mean, I know this is what I signed up for when I did all of the goofy stuff I was doing. You know what I'm saying? I can only be mad at myself, bro, because I signed up for this, bro. But like, I'm trying to sign out. Like where can I unsubscribe to the goofy? Like, I need
it's called go to settings. You scroll down, it says deactivate or delete said account. It's like 2 or 3 buttons. It's easy. You just go to settings, you scroll down, it'll say either deactivate or delete account. There you go. You are unsubscribed from the internet. You don't have to make another account. That's it. But he won't do it. He's just saying shit, but he will not do it. He's too addicted to this shit already.
Subscribe to this. Is there any way out of this, or am I in this for the rest of my life? Is like this, like what do I gotta do for people to take me serious, bro? Because this is, I don't want to sign up for this no more, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
Left with seemingly no way out of his predicament without real change to his lifestyle, he is left retracing his old mistakes, gambling his paychecks from content creation in their entirety.
I tell you, if he can gather all the money he gathered from doing this nonsense, he would be more well off. If he had all the money from what he was doing, he would be more well off in life. Shit, I would take that money and put it like in stocks or something. That would have been a little bit more better. He should have put his money in like little stocks and little things. That's what
Fox Fenix says the male you're drawing has 2 vines growing from his back.
Okay.
I thought I won like a couple $100, like $200 or $300. No, you could do the math when you look at you watch the video. I only won $25, bro.
But it's hard to say where the progression lies or where he goes from here. Granted, if his decision to document his incredibly sorrow-filled life could lead to a historic come-up story or tale of triumph over adversity if he should ever make it out of this. But if not, his social media footprints will be a testament to how much you can be defined by misguided decisions made in pursuit of fame.
Oh, that was done. So that was Luesta, the whole, situation on that. But, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's not good.
Drake is one of the most intriguing artists.
So this is from Luesta again. It's called Drake Hip Hop's Fakest Gangster. I like to focus only on the anime stuff most of the time, but like sometimes I like bringing the real world stuff in because it might strike an interesting conversation. It may not have to do anything with anime, and this is why this won't be on the anime reaction channel, but it'll be interesting nonetheless. So we do stuff like this. So.
It's out there. And that's mostly because he's full of contradiction. On one track, he's a smooth-talking ladies man who wants you to be valued and respected. The next, he's claiming a girl who allegedly rejected him is a 10 on mute, and claiming he's a lesbian in one of the worst bars of the past 10 years. On other occasions, Drake claims he's the man, before delving into the sorrow and loneliness he feels. But while these are all just artistic complexities, the one thing that everyone has truly struggled to reconcile is when Drake attempts to behave in a way that would suggest he has some real gang ties or did dirt in the streets. While some people don't seem to mind it, there are plenty of people who like Drake for the melodies rather than when he acts tough. So why is it that Drake is never permitted to posture in the way that other rappers do on their tracks? And is there any way for this guy to ever be taken seriously in this light, no matter how many apparently active street dudes enter his orbit?
The guys at our school, instead of addressing people like the group, like saying like, what are you guys doing? Say mans like you. It's really Yeah, so mans like you are going to that, and then just means like the group.
Crew. That's interesting.
It's not. It's really ignorant.
Oh, rude. That's rude.
It's your boy Luesta, and this is why Drake is hip-hop's fakest gangster. But first, a little history lesson. For those who remember the origins of Drake's career, you'll know that tough talk wasn't much of a factor on projects like Room for Improvement or So Far Gone. In truth, the harder edge to his lyrics recently commenced on tracks from his sophomore album, where he claimed that "you gonna make someone around me catch a body like that," leading to no end of confusion for those who had witnessed his rise as a rapper fusing R&B into his sound and broadly making music for pop audiences. And at first, it seemed like a potentially catastrophic decision.
I mean, listen, I think Drake can rap. He's a dope rapper, but I hate when he sings. And I just think, personally, he's a corny guy. Like, he's just a corny dude. In that new Headlines video, he looks extra corny. It's like, Drake, why are you thugging now? Why are you dressed all in black? Why you got on black gloves? Why you got a whole bunch of dudes around you dressed in black? And then he's singing in Headlines about catching bodies. You're gonna make me catch a body like that? You're gonna make somebody around me catch a body like that? And, you know, don't do it, because when he go to jail, we all go through it. And, you know, Drizzy gonna pay it. What do you mean pay? What, you gonna pay the bail? You gonna pay for the hit? Like, that's not you, Drake.
Especially since Drake's crew at the
Thank
time
you for the
was mostly
rose.
made
I
up of
appreciate
guys
it.
like his
Thank
producer
you.
40, OVO Ryan, and Future the Prince, which are all creative minds, not street guys.
Nobody really that I've ever considered a true friend has switched up. But these, like, you know, these fly-by-night people that you just come across, they're all not to be trusted.
And in a genre where authenticity is, or at least used to be, of pivotal importance, trying to portray himself as something he wasn't was a very, very big gamble. But since then, we've had everything from Drake rocking ski masks as though he's imminently about to do a drill, to lyrics like, I should probably be in there with thuggin' them, as well as spitting lyrics like, the weapons we got is some terrorist shit, like TV producers, we airing this shit. At every turn, people have struggled to buy it, and recently, his tough guy image has reared its head once more on the rollout of What Did I Miss? Whether it's the 100 guns in the music video, or his verbal spat with a passerby during a stream where the Toronto Hoodman's cosplay came out in full effect.
So what then? So what then, big dog? Don't look away now. Don't look away now. Don't get shy now. We'll fold
Oh
that up
no,
right now.
oh no, 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 Drake, stop. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry to anyone who's a Canadian out there. I'm not really making fun of you. It's just the accent. The accent is not something that sounds tough. It doesn't sound tough. I'm sorry, it's not tough. It's not tough. I'm sorry. It's I don't know. I wanted to speak about being tough, but like, Jesus Christ. It is a funny sounding. Ugh.
Blessings.
And considering that he's now fully immersed in the accent that he once mocked in front of some upper-class individuals, it's fair to say that, as always, most people are not buying it.
The whole trying to sound tough thing from Drake just never works. The whole idea we about to fuck somebody up, the we of it all fucks.
But that's what tough guys in Toronto sound like.
We'll fold that up right now.
By now, it's fair to say that this response to his latest attempt at adopting a hardened exterior is generally how people perceive the threat, or lack thereof, when it comes to Drake. But there are rare instances that people have suggested he's not the one to be trifled with.
Thank you.
Drake.
You scared of Drake?
Certain people, you gotta be scared of Drake. He's not a fighter. He's not a fighter, and he's powerful. He gotta be dangerous in some shape or form, fashion.
But when we're talking about him being a fearsome individual, it isn't this guy they're afraid of.
Roche brought me the hat that I need for the stream right here. This is my alter ego. I need the Max Wayne. And Wayne is my favorite person to work with, though, because it's just, ooh, little Wayne, he's just too good. Ooh.
Drake? Thank you for that, Fox. I do appreciate it, bro. Drake, what are you doing? Drake? Why are you talking like that? I can't. Oh my god.
Ooh, little Wayne, he's just too good.
Instead, it's his ever-expanding entourage that's the problem. Because these days, it's less geeky guys from the Toronto suburbs and more experts from the trenches. And at
Brightro
times,
Close
there has
says
been reason to
LMAO.
believe that they've acted like his personal militia. When it comes down to it, the reason why they're liable to crash out is that for a lot of these guys, Drizzy is their ultimate meal ticket. Some of Drake's people only eat because he feeds them. He's the reason they've got clothes, a car, and a roof over their head. And whether they admit it or not, they'd crash out for him in a heartbeat. By acting as their benefactor, Drake has instilled a will in these individuals around him that they'll remain loyal to him because when it comes down to it, he can change their life in an instant with one Cash App transaction. Always by his side yet invisible when he decides they need to be, the people that are essentially seen online as Drake and OVO's goons always have his back. But there are some people who feel that out of all of hip-hop, they are the least intimidating team imaginable. Drake got the worst shooters, man. All fucking dorks. LMAO. Although he hasn't always been around, one of the louder enforcers in Drake's circle these days is Canadian rapper Top 5. As a member of the Go Get 'Em gang, or GGG, Top 5 was co-signed by Drake, and even got a shout out on Grammys off Views, with his track Shirt Off. But despite the recognition, Top 5 stayed active in the streets alongside his brother, and after his brother was killed, he and the GGG crew vowed revenge. Top 5 even went on Instagram more than once, saying he'd personally pull the trigger on whoever was responsible. Top 5 later talked about getting revenge for his brother on social media, and not long after, he was arrested for the January 2021 murder of 20-year-old Hashim Omar Hashi. According to police, Hashi, who was just a second-year accounting student, was killed in a case of mistaken identity, believed to be the man who killed Top 5's brother. And cops arrested Top 5 2 weeks later for his suspected involvement in the crime. He had a whole host of illicit substances on him, including heroin and fentanyl. Despite the prosecutor's reservations about releasing him because he was a flight risk, they were proved right, cutting off the ankle bracelet and fleeing to California before getting apprehended at a Burger King. Eventually, he was released after 3 years and cleared on all charges.
How are you feeling?
An innocent man just came home, right?
Toronto rapper Top 5, whose real name is Hassan Ali, leaves court after spending 3 years in custody in connection with the killing of a 20-year-old man in January 2021.
I feel like a baseball player, superstar, you know what I mean?
The case against Ali collapsed after the judge excluded evidence the Crown called crucial. That included music videos and social media posts. His defense lawyer argues prosecutors attempted to use his music against him. What's your plan now?
I'm gonna bring every community together. Stop the violence.
Stop the violence? Really? Really? Are you serious?
As soon as he was let out of custody, he immediately thanked Drizzy for paying his lawyer fee, securing him the legal services of Toronto's biggest lawyer in Gary Grill. At first, Top 5 said he wanted to focus on peace, but the second that the Drake versus Kendrick beef kicked off, that all flew out the window. He quickly took Drizzy's side, and even joked that the two of them would watch the Not Like Us music video together and figure out who needed to be dealt with.
I'm gonna sit down with you guys and we're gonna play Not Like Us. And I'm gonna spot every nigga in the video, including DeMar DeRozan.
Yo, what's up with DeMar? What's up with DeMar was
He's Bogue. They traded him. Whack. Whack. Nothing. Bogue, man. Nothing, man.
From there, he acted as if he banned Lamar from Canada as a whole.
Let me tell you something. Kendrick Lamar can't come to Toronto. I'm here.
Yo!
I hate when people say stupid shit like this. You can't come to Toronto. Well, you go to Toronto secretly. He's been in Toronto for like 5 weeks or something. Nothing happened. Shut the fuck up.
Where others sat back, Top 5 took the flag and even
Bro can't do anything without Drake taking a fart. Like, shut up.
Acted like he'd kill Hida J3, citing his previously dismissed charge as the reason why he would escape any kind of legal drama stemming from it.
Oh, J3.
J3?
Who's
I'm gonna give him a fade, but I'm gonna dun him. I'm gonna dun him. I'm gonna tell him, yo, let's do the fade, and when he comes, boom, and with my word, I'm gonna dun the guy.
Yeah?
The guy's talking sick.
Bro was charged, and he's out here speaking. Oh god, when you're stupid.
I'll just be the body. I feel like I'm untouchable.
However, if Kendrick was supposed to be afraid of going to Canada, he clearly didn't get the memo, as shortly after, he announced shows in Top 5 City. Still, Top 5 showed that he would single-handedly bring a halt to the June 12th show of the GNX tour, and for a little while, he had some people fooled enough to be adamant on high alert.
Do you think that Kendrick could come to Toronto and do a big show without any problem?
I don't know, man. You know how connected Drake is in Toronto as far as with government officials and who else? Top 5 and all these niggas, you got wild niggas in Canada.
There's two I need daddy, you and Kendrick.
Like I say it again, Canada's not sweet.
You really think that Kendrick Lamar's show's happening in Toronto?
Apparently he got 2 of them there.
That shit's gonna be canceled.
I don't know if Kendrick is booking a show at the Scotiabank Arena and people not showing up to just boo him.
Thank you,
Can't even trust people at the airport. Who can you really trust in Toronto? I think everybody that goes to a Kendrick show in Toronto is going there strictly to try to ruin his show.
Every chance he got, Top 5 swore up and down that Kendrick wasn't gonna make it out of Canada alive.
He can't come to Toronto.
So it's real life, it's not just music.
Hey, damn right, why do you think everything's a joke? We're serious motherfucking guys.
But it seemed that his street cred doesn't cross state lines, because people on the West like WAC 100 and TDE affiliates like...
It's not gonna work, because listen, if he's... Thank you so much, but... Oh, Fox, thank you. I don't know what... I've never seen that one before. What is that one? What's that one called? It's like a heart cake? I don't know what that one is. Okay, so like what's wild about this is like remember, Nothing's gonna happen to Kendrick because if you have a problem with, like, okay, this is a lot like the 50 Cent and the what do you call it? What's his name? Ja Rule situation. When people went to attack Ja Rule or attack Ja Rule per se, 50 was mad because people might think he sent that and he didn't. You think Drake is gonna send one of his annoying shooters to go mess with the person he's beefed with publicly with everyone who knows it and who's into his song? Hell no, they're not gonna do it. It's too much heat on people gonna think that Drake sent that. Nothing's gonna happen.
Mac insisted
Guys
there
are
was nothing
speaking.
to worry about.
Dude is nobody. Dude, come on, we watched this same dude get mushed in the face and kicked in the ass. Oh, I was only 19. I don't know where y'all come from, bro. We off the porch at 12, right? We ain't going for that. What you mean you was only 19 when you got mushed in the face and kicked in the ass? Well, how you supposed to be when you got the heart of a man not allow that to happen? So, you know, dude just do a lot of talking. Little dude, 140 pounds, do a lot of talking. Ain't nobody worried about dude.
It's beef with top 5 from Toronto. Yeah, top 5. And they're going to clash whenever they meet up.
Fox Fenix says I level up to fan club level 5. The cake is a level up gift.
Oh, that's good. Level up gift. Thank you for the 5. I'm not
Your whole family. I hope they send it to you.
on Instagram. I'll go check this out.
And for the most part, the
I'm about
public
to finish
agrees.
this
I'm
up.
from Toronto and think top 5 is a goofball. Nobody finna touch Kenny. Besides all the tough talk, footage of him wearing a bra didn't exactly help his reputation.
What the hell?
Not to mention other videos of him getting utterly punked by others in the city he allegedly runs.
Somewhere, dog. Stay outside, my nigga. Stay outside right now, nigga. Get the fuck outside, nigga. Get your ass booming on, nigga. Get the fuck out, boy. Who's you fucking pointing at, nigga? I'll boom on you right now, nigga.
Sorry, that's top 5. Do you
I
know
ain't gonna fucking the fuck you talking to. You think acting like you Drake ass? Get the fuck off the street, you bum ass nigga. Wear flip flops, looking motherfucker. Stuff you right now, nigga.
When Kendrick
Okay.
finally pulled up to Canada, top
I'm
5
gonna check
put on
it
a
and I'll
hope
give you a
for us,
response.
trying to force
Thank you,
his
Bob.
way
I
into the
appreciate
hotel
it, bro.
like he was really about that life.
Lock off every door in the Noble Hotel. Man, even cut everything off. Man bought everything. He's a bitch.
And, of course, had an altercation online with Hida J3, where he declared that, "I'm convinced Crody the police." Ultimately, Dot played the show with no issue whatsoever, and for a little while, Top 5 disappeared back into relative irrelevancy. But this was about to come to an end when he accompanied Drake to London for his residency at the Wireless Festival there. From the moment they arrived in the English capital, Top 5 was doing his utmost to let the UK know that he intended to be the man on their streets.
London streets, nigga. London safe, my boy. London streets, nigga. GGG.
But all he was about to learn was that he wasn't untouchable in the way that he had previously claimed.
There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. They're not gonna come kill us. No. They're not gonna come kill us. We're safe. You can even show your addresses.
Just hours after these comments were made, he got stabbed, essentially making this meme
Oh,
a
wow.
reality. And after acting out the way that he didn't get any sympathy. He got clowned hard. Is he stupid? He's talking about killers with guns in a country where guns are completely banned. It's a different breed and mindset. Top 5 met the roadman out in London. In the wake of the assault and Top 5's hospitalization, the whole thing was subject to a police investigation.
If you was in your car yesterday, yeah, and you pulled up to the party where Top 5 got stabbed, you're getting T-packed. Trust me, they said they want to know who stabbed Top 5. They need to find out.
And this only led to further speculation that he cooperated with cops, with the UK rapper Rattling, labeling him a police boy. But above all, he should learn a lesson that when he's in an unfamiliar place, it's perhaps wise to not act like he owns the place.
When you come to the UK, when you come to London, when you come to Birmingham, Manchester, when you're in different areas in London, foreigners, because this is a message to you guys, please take us very serious, bro.
Because by the sounds of it, he narrowly escaped with his life.
Now, Top 5 is good. He has like a big laceration. It was kind of deep. He lost a lot of blood. He went through surgery. He's gonna have full recovery. That's a fact. But it's gonna take a little while. I think he said it's like 17 inches. But you know, but
Damn.
For what it's worth, yes, somebody definitely went. You know, try to kill him. You know.
With that incident, Top 5 joins a whole host of apparent Drake goons.
Fox
who have hindered
Fenix
his
says,
image
"What does the
more than
words
they
on your
thought."
ghost
And
say?"
in the aftermath of the Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, that's for my rigger. Let me see. It says Twitter and his Twitter handle. If you want to find them, I can. Wait, hold on. I used to have it in my descriptions, but I took that out. In such a long time. I don't know if he changed his Twitter handle after a while. If you want his handle, I can give it to you if you want it. Let me know.
Our beef. There are few people this applies to more than Baka Not Nice. A long-standing crew member, Baka and Drizzy have been rolling together since at least the More Life era, where Drizzy tapped into his gangster bag by spitting, "That's Baka. He's a no longer talker, quick to let the text slam. We don't need to hear about a next man. Youths talk down, they get ran down." In actual fact, he met Drake on the set of Preem's video for In My Hood, way back in 2010, gradually entering his inner circle since. And once Drake began to develop a harder persona, having someone who'd spent 8 years in the pen in his circle could only be a good thing. While for Baka, it gave him a chance at a music career, enabling him to join OVO. And since then, he's rode with him to the fullest, insisting that any disrespect wouldn't be tolerated.
You gotta understand something. If you're gonna disrespect my boss, my brother, my friend, or anybody on my team, I'm gonna feel offended. True. It would be weird if I did it. Those are my brothers. Those are the men that I eat with, break bread. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, of course I feel offended. But at the same time, I know that Drizzy Drake is a grown man and he can handle himself. If he needs me, he can call.
He can call, yeah.
But these days, you can't hear his name without hearing the words "weird case" immediately afterwards, courtesy of Kendrick alluding to his shady dealings with an ex that he pleaded guilty to. Later, Baka claimed that his boss told him not to respond while also insisting there was nothing to the allegations.
Sorry, it might not have been a call, it might have been a text message, but he messaged me, and he's like, I know what you're feeling, I know you as an individual, and I know how you get down, but I'm just letting you know, like, don't listen to the noise, because it's noise. And if you go back and look at all these people that are saying things or having anything to say, they're not even actual real people, they're like bots. Exactly. So like, don't let that shit bother you, bro. Facts. Like, and you know what? Like, I mean, it's not a good thing, but they're calling your name, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you know, they're gonna get over this crap because they're gonna realize that it's crap, and then they're gonna go do their own research. And when you do your own research, you're gonna be like, wow, this guy made up a whole story about something that isn't even true, and it makes you look weird to me. I don't know.
It does.
But in all honesty, doing research is the last thing he should have asked anyone to do.
2014, Baka was arrested and charged with forcing a 22-year-old woman into prostitution and taking her money. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to assault on a woman, an unrelated weapons charge. He was sentenced to 6 months, but since he had already spent 10 months in custody, he was not required to serve any additional time. The woman actually refused to testify, which led to the charges of forcing her into prostitution and human trafficking to be dropped. The reason why I stuck is because it sounded good and it sounded funny and it sounded disrespectful. Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? He put a whole plan together to make a record to dismantle y'all. That's all it was about. It was about causing friction from within. Saying, have you ever thought OVO was working for me? You know what I'm saying? Even for the person who might have not been working for him at all. Y'all said y'all fed him information.
And if the goal was to divide and conquer as Wayno suggested, it definitely worked to an extent. Because these days, the guy who's supposed to be the big bad wolf in Drake's corner is getting clowned on every post that bears his name. And plus, they've only been pictured together sparingly since it all went down, with Baka not even making his way to London. With incidents like this mounting up, and his team struggling to retain any semblance of respect, he must be wondering who he can rely on. And if that's the case, he'll be happy to have Chubbs. Unlike someone like Top 5, Chubbs has been with him since the outset.
Preem had met Drake and introduced us to Drake. We didn't know him back then, so Preem was rapping and Drake was rapping. Drake was really good, you know? So when I first heard Drake, I was kind of like, you sure you want to embrace this like that? Because like, he's really good. But yeah, it's the best decision we ever made. When I first got on the road, it was security, make sure he's straight at all times. You know, we went to New York first. He shot the video for Best I Ever Had. He asked me to come to Miami. We went to Miami, and then he was just like, yo, why don't you just stay on the road? And that was like 14 years ago. I haven't come off the road yet.
The man who has acted as his head of security for years, Chubbs is always by Drake's side. He was probably the one with him during the Punk'd episode where Drake got so scared that they didn't even air it because it was too embarrassing.
I think like one of my favorite ones is one that we did at the end. We punked Drake and we created an earthquake inside of a parking garage. Like, a lot of people didn't see it, but we legitimately like turned a parking garage into an earthquake zone. And he was in the car and we started like rattling the car and the whole garage. And he jumped in his buddy's lap and he's like literally, he feet up.
Oh my
Diddy
god.
fetaled up into his buddy's lab. No. And I was like, yo, Drake just fetaled up. And then we had to cut that out.
And even the footage that did make the air didn't exactly portray himself as a tough guy.
Bro, it says it right here on the back.
Dude, what is this? Why do you have this?
It's a Secret Service card. Man. What the fuck? Yo,
why do you have this? What are you doing with this? Move this car.
Tase your wife. Tase your wife.
Oh my god.
Did you just tase your wife?
Still, while women come and go, and even his relationship with his dad has become strained, Chubbs has been a constant, saluting him as far back as the liner notes of Thank Me Later, all the way up to his henchman's 40th birthday party.
That's my dog right there. As a 38-year-old, I just want to say happy 40th, brother. You know what I'm saying? Listen. We're all one family. We celebrate together, you know what I'm saying? Highs and lows. We celebrate the lows too, by the way. That's my recommendation to you. Sometimes you gotta celebrate the lows too.
And by all accounts,
Why?
if there's anyone who's truly put himself on the line and took penitentiary chances for Drake, it's him. For one thing, he apparently put his hands on producer Detail during a dispute about whether or not he wanted to work on Drizzy's album, and apparently got his face broken in the process. I'll beat all your asses, including your bitches. Chubbs apparently said amid the beatdown, I don't give a fuck, I will hit you again. Do you think Drake is soft? You think Drake's a punk? Afterwards, Detail says he was so badly hurt that he couldn't work for a year. He asked Drake repeatedly, and in vain, to cover his medical expenses. This sort of sentiment would be echoed by someone like Mo G, a Toronto artist who was shouted out on the track Summer 16, before falling afoul to OVO after claiming he wasn't properly compensated for his work on Drizzy's tracks. Left angered by it all, he took his grievances to the internet.
Have you ever heard in the history of hip-hop a man that gives away his creativity and helps make Billboard hits but doesn't get paid $1 for it, one credit for it, here stuck in the hood? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense, but exposing these niggas will make sense. Fuck you bitch ass niggas song. Oliver's a fucking snake ass nigga, double-headed snake ass nigga. Alright, just to let the world know, I never got paid no 12 grand. For the record, I'm not signed to OVO, and all my real fans have been rocking with me from day one. Check the history. I always delete all my posts, and I deleted it because I got bigger info coming to you right now.
And just days later, he was in the hospital after a beatdown from apparent Drake goons, most likely led by Chubbs himself. Another man who can attest to Drake's goons getting active would be none other than Dram, who claims he was on the receiving end of a beating from his security.
Hey, somebody tell Drake to shut the fuck up about that shit, man. Fucking 5 years ago, this nigga never even fucking touched me, nigga. I pressed his ass. His fucking bodyguards, goddamn. I ain't gonna hold you. His bodyguards went to town on the kid. But his bodyguards did, not his bitch ass. He ain't touched me. He's a bitch. You know that. You wanna have your guards. That's cool though. He ain't touched me though. And that shit from 5 years ago. Come on, nigga. Who else, like, you know what I'm saying? Why don't you keep bringing up? Why don't you bring up how you got smacked by a Diddy or some shit?
With Dram and everyone who's received a beating from the OVO team all claiming that Drake himself wasn't actively involved, it paints a picture of a man who won't do his own dirty work. And when someone actually
Brightroclose says LMAO.
he usually takes the L, like back in 2014 at DJ Khaled's birthday party, where he and Diddy got into it over the 0 to 100 beat, and Drake definitely didn't come out on top.
I was laying in my bed and my phone kept ringing. I'm like, why my phone keep ringing at 4 o'clock in the morning? So I go to look at my phone and it's my dude, like my dude. And they ain't, you know, he ain't no just random guy in the club. This is somebody that everybody knows. He's like, boy, you wouldn't just believe what happened. I'm like, what? Did he just slap Drake?
Slapped or punched?
I heard a slap. He's very happy that, you know, Diddy slapped Aubrey. That's just the bullshit in me. That
He
appreciates
slapped
that.
Aubrey.
I actually sent Diddy an email and said, you're my hero.
And while some might argue that Drake had to take it given Diddy's newly unveiled superhero status, it's important to remember that his friend J. Cole had
Superhero?
thrown hands with Diddy a year later at a
Did he say superhero? Go back. Did he say superhero? You mean supervillain? What are you?
VMA.
Did he say superhero? Oh hell no!
Bullshit in me. That appreciates that. I actually sent Diddy an email and said, you're my hero.
And while some might argue that Drake had to take it given Diddy's newly unveiled superhero status, it's important to remember.
Superhero? No, supervillain, bro. You got Sure, we rolled that one.
Remember that his friend J. Cole had thrown hands with Diddy a year later at a VMA's after party. With no verifiable evidence that Drake has ever been in a fight, he has instead built a crew which features affiliates of GGG Gang and Halal Gang, the former of which stole DJ Drama's chain after his apparent role in the Meek and Drake beef, before shouting out the Toronto Star in the process.
This what you fucking get for not checking in. Shout out boy Drizzy, eh? Triple G's, you know how we rock, slap, brat, brat.
Then, there are his dealings with members of the Reps Up label, including G-Way or Galloway Boys gang members like Gilla and P. Rank. And of course, there's perhaps the biggest force field of all in J. Prince. In case you're not familiar, this Rap-A-Lot Records CEO has held sway over Houston for a long time. He has gone down in hip-hop history as an individual who can't be messed with. Just ask his former artist Yuckmouth about how he commands respect.
Jay is connected. Like, you get him, you know what I mean, with the Chicago connection, you know what I mean, with the big homie in Chicago. I ain't gonna throw
Wait a minute. Like no, I understand that he may be quote-unquote connected, but if I remember, Charleston White said some crazy shit about this man, if I remember right. This is the correct man. He talks some crazy nonsense, and people say, you should have stopped talking about that, man. He could get you like, in a box. He said, I don't give a fuck, and he kept on still talking shit about the man. Man, it was so bad that the man actually responded to what Charleston White said, and he said something around the lines of like, hey man, it's not really that serious, you shouldn't be talking to me like that, this is pure disrespect, something like that. Charleston White said, I will fuck, I'm gonna still talk crazy about you, to the man on Instagram. I think people started clowning the man after that. I was like, oh, you ain't gonna do nothing to this man? I thought he was big and bad.
He's connected with all the big homes. Jay is tapped in with too many real niggas. And too many motherfuckers love him and got respect for him to let anything go bad talking about him, period. He got too much respect and love from everybody, and he fucks with everybody. So good luck getting away talking about that man.
Over the years, since Drizzy's first linked up with the mogul's son, Jazz Prince, Jay has maintained that he would always have Drake's back. And when his beef with Kanye reached his height, people believed that he put the screws to Ye when he made him issue a public statement, which looked like a hostage situation.
I'm making this video to address the ongoing back and forth between myself and Drake. Both me and Drake have taken shots at each other, and it's time to put it to rest. I'm asking Drake on December 7th to join me on stage as a special guest to share the two biggest hours of the year, live in Los Angeles, with the ultimate purpose being
Bro.
free Larry Hoover. I believe this
Bro, the fact that the dude's staring right there. You gotta do a whole public apology with a piece of paper, and he's over just that staring.
will not only bring awareness to our cause, but prove to people everywhere how much more we can accomplish when we lay our pride to the side and come together.
Immediately, people saw through the notion of this being organic.
But Drake just not saying a word told me all I needed to know about this appearance and what it is and what it meant, and hopefully none of us and none of y'all have to ever be in this type of predicament. Jay Prince is there with his hands folded, not even making sure that you reading the right shit off. There ain't a worry in the
Just
world.
me standing
You might as
here
well go make some coffee.
He's the type of guy people say can ruin careers if he really wants to, which led to comments like, Jay Prince definitely typed the whole thing out. He looks like there's a gun pointed at him off camera. However, beyond the smokescreen that he's provided by all these people around him, Drake still can't seem to shake the image that he is soft, which has been following him around since the origins of his career. Not to mention that when he does try to assert himself, it's only met with laughter. And if there's any reason why that is the case, it isn't down to any external factor. Instead, it is simply the doing of Drake himself. Because while some suggest that the belief that he's essentially a weakling comes from a broad generalization about Toronto, others feel like it's a direct byproduct of how he is as a guy. In their mind, Drake is the soft, light-skinned Canadian, and in the American arrogant, ignorant mind, all of Canada is maple syrup and hockey. So when Drake raps about any testosterone or references anything street, it registers as pure fantasy and fraudulent, because they can't fathom that Drake could possibly have an ounce of toughness, or have any connection or relationship with anything or anybody street. I promise you, nobody is calling Drake soft because he's Canadian. They say he's soft because he was on Degrassi, and how he carries himself, wearing bonnets, nail polish, and I'm a Drake fan. Given the perception that he is an actor playing a role, it explains why the use of hundreds of guns in the video for What Did I Miss seemed anything but legitimate. It even got heavily critiqued by people like Charlemagne, who just couldn't fathom how it seemed like a good idea.
So many people that you had to go at.
It's a cool record. I mean, Drake can rap, Drake can make music, we know that. But, I mean, y'all don't think it's extremely corny for him to be in a video surrounded by guns?
No, absolutely it is.
Yeah,
for sure.
Y'all don't think that's extremely corny?
Yeah. The song, honestly, it just sounds like another good Drake hit. It don't really sound like.
I don't even know if it's. I don't even know if it's.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say a hit. It don't.
It's a cool record.
Like another Drake, like single. Like okay, like a vibey single.
Why is he in the video surrounded by guns? What is the point? You want to go to war because you lost a rap battle? This record would make a lot of sense if Drake hadn't said nothing for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
If he hadn't said a word, no lawsuits, no nothing, hadn't said nothing, he just came out. What did I miss? I didn't know what y'all was on. Like, that would make more sense.
Yeah.
But you in the video surrounded by a bunch of choppers. You're the Canadian chopper slinger now.
Because rather than altering the narrative around him, it brings to mind the bars of Euphoria where K-Dot spit that I hate when a rapper talk about guns, then somebody die and they turn into nuns. Saying pray for my city, they faking for likes and digital hugs. After all, this is the same guy who once dedicated a verse on Snoop Lionn's No Guns Allowed to Cheyenne Charles and Joshua Yesay, two youths that died in Toronto, with bars like, news from back home, this is when it hurts to be gone. Two more young names to be carved out of stone. And you can bet that if Top 5 had lost his life, then he would have been directly online paying tribute to the man who was happy to act like Drake's enforcer. Aside from corny stunts like that, there is also the simple fact that he's been punked numerous times, including the incident where a friend of T.I.'s once peed on Drizzy's leg, and there was basically no repercussion.
What?
The wildest shit I've ever seen before in my life, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't had no malicious intent. Yeah, I shut it down. I don't want it to be weaponized against nobody. And when I said it right now, it wasn't the victimized cuz. It was like, yeah, that shit happened. And I was pissed off in my partner when it happened. I don't see how it could ever be taken as a, you know what I'm saying, like as a diss. I don't see how it could be. That would be someone allowing their emotions to manipulate them.
This leads to another K-Dot lyric that's aging like fine wine. Don't let another man pee on your leg, son. Either you die right there, or shoot that man in the head, son. But these incidents don't just happen when he's away from his alleged empire of Toronto either. In 2009, he was robbed for $2,000 in cash, an Audemars Piguet watch, and a diamond chain Lil Wayne had gifted him outside of a restaurant in his native Toronto. I knew it was a setup because I had on a sweater and a jacket, Drake later said of the situation. But when they banged on the car window with a gun and opened the door, the first thing he said was, yo, run that chain. They didn't rob her, and her purse was sitting right there. So I was like, okay, you set the whole thing up. And to make matters worse, initial reports suggested he cooperated with the investigation, something which is rightly or wrongly a cardinal sin in hip-hop. Once again, this was alluded to by K-Dot on Euphoria, with him spitting, I be a New Ho King eating fried rice with a dip sauce and a blammy, Crody. Even discounting incidents like this, his upbringing means that he doesn't have the temperament of even someone like K-Dot, who, while he has never claimed to be a gangbanger, is familiar with the codes and ethics just by the virtue of where he grew up. As a result, we get incidents such as the time where he apparently ran from the very sight of firearms on the set of the game's 100 video.
Like, what the f*** is y'all talking about? The nigga ran from the video. We had to go get the nigga. We started moving location. He started seeing homies come out with sticks to go clear the next block. He jumped in his Escalade and ran. We had to go send niggas to chase him down and bring him back. So what are y'all talking about? You're super tough. Y'all talking about with Drake. I'm confused. In fact, the homie pulled up. Trader Troop pulled up by himself. Whack, where y'all at? What you doing? We got a video. Where you at? Bombed it.
I remember you.
Give me the address. Pulled up by a nigga, took a taxi over there. Listen, how y'all even relate? How y'all even trying to tie Drake to anything gangster tough?
He's not gangster.
That ain't what he do.
Not at all.
And even he attempted to discover the lack of gang affiliation against him. Legends like Compton's MC8 inferred that someone like Toronto didn't have the authority to wade into these matters when he fundamentally doesn't understand.
Well, yeah, you actually commented because when Drake dropped Family Matters, he tried to sort of paint Kendrick as like a fake gangster, you know, like who really represent, you know, YG, who really represent Chuck D. But you actually said that Drake is reaching Kendrick never claimed to be a blood.
No, his representation, what it was. Everybody knew where he lived, where he grew up. That was basically what he wanted to portray to people. Like, I'm not all out just, red ragged and, khaki suits and, tattoos of the neighborhood, but I grew up over here. I'm still gonna represent where I'm from, but I never, came out, like the homie YG or the homie Game, who openly told you, I'm affiliated with this section. Kendrick basically was just like, I grew up over here. I never went through the situations where I got put on or that type of things, but when you grow up in the hood, you're still a part of the neighborhood, and so that's where he came from with it.
But it somehow goes even deeper than that. Because after suing UMG over the beef that he was once begging Kendrick to partake in, any notion that he would be a gangster, or would do anything more than shout out a man from a distance on a live stream, or mean mug DeMar DeRozan from the sidelines, just seems implausible.
What is this bro doing? He's just standing there?
Instead, he's doing his battles in the courtroom, with the news recently emerging that his lawyers are listing 63 potential witnesses in its initial disclosure filing regarding the rapper's defamation lawsuit against Universal Music Group, and much to the dismay of he and his whole crew, is doing nothing to improve their reputation. Chubb still ain't crashed nothing, and oh boy, took a rap battle to the courts. Fake tough shit, and y'all still eat this shit up. Goofy. By all accounts, people really just want Drake to be himself, because when he tries to be something else, the results are cringeworthy at best, and genuinely unbearable to witness at their height. Despite how many real killers he may know, the fact remains that he isn't among them, and if anything, that's a good thing. So it's time to embrace the fact that he wasn't raised in that environment, and abandon the accent before it genuinely skews how people see him in a way that even more great music might not resolve as it once did.
I'm actually near done. I just gotta do the head, and that's pretty much it. And the hand. The head, and now the hand last. Near done. Going pretty good. Sorry, the fan.
Justin Bieber is falling apart, and the industry that built him is once again profiting off of his downfall. He's been posting manic videos on his Instagram, using face-distorting filters and just rambling incoherently about religion, identity, and sacrifice. Most of his fortune, reportedly over $500 million earned in his career, is being ripped away from him, and nothing seems to make sense. But once you look behind the surface, you realize that Justin's decline isn't an accident. It's been manufactured behind the scenes since he was just 13 years old. And in July 2025, as Bieber released his first album in 4 years, a surprise project called Swag, the same machine that created him is now feeding off of his destruction. Because in this industry, your suffering keeps the lights on. But to understand what's really happening to Justin right now, we need to go back to the beginning, to truly understand how a 13-year-old boy busking on the streets of Ontario became one of the most exploited figures in modern entertainment, who serves as a warning to anyone in the music industry, and how the same people who promised to protect him ultimately became his predators. It's 2008, and a charming-looking 13-year-old with a bowl cut is singing Neo's So Sick on the steps of the Avon Theatre in Stratford, Ontario. His mother films him on a cheap camera and uploads it to YouTube so his grandmother can watch. And within weeks, that innocent video attracts the attention of Scooter Braun, a 27-year-old music executive hunting for the next big thing. Braun flies Justin and his single mother to Atlanta, and the pitch is very seductive: fame, fortune, and the chance to live his dreams. There, Justin meets Usher, one of the biggest guys in the industry in that time, so it doesn't take long for record contracts to be signed. Photo ops are arranged, and the narrative is perfect: the small-town Canadian boy that makes it big in America. The early years seemed to just be magical for Bieber and his family at the time. Baby became one of the most watched videos in YouTube history. His concerts sold out in minutes and merchandise flew off the shelves. But behind the scenes, this 14-year-old is already starting to lose control of their life. His first kiss became a media event. His voice cracking is turned into content discussed by talk show hosts. His awkward teenage years are broadcast globally for profit, like something straight out of the Truman Show, where everything in his life is designed around people watching him from afar. Ellen DeGeneres, America's supposed sweetheart at the time, repeatedly ambushed the teenage Justin with embarrassing content during interviews. She's suddenly displaying photos designed to humiliate him, then laugh when he looks uncomfortable. Then he calls her out on this and she brushes it off as just harmless fun. This was psychological manipulation disguised as entertainment. Even more disturbing was actress Jenny McCarthy's behavior at award shows, as she multiple times attempts to kiss the teenage Justin inappropriately, including once trying to kiss his neck while he was accepting an award. He's visibly disgusted but forced to maintain composure. Even people like James Corden can't stop touching him. But perhaps the most sinister figure in Justin's early years was Diddy. The footage of their interactions, viewed through the lens of what we now know about Diddy, is genuinely disturbing. In one now famous, infamous video, Diddy promises 15-year-old Justin a Lamborghini when he turns 16 and offers him a house when he's 18. These weren't just casual offers, they're classic grooming.
Bro, what the hell? Bro, I don't understand this. I don't... Okay, turn off the mic now. I don't understand this. It's like... How does this... Dude just giving boys dude a bunch of stuff. It's just crazy to me. Just a bunch of shit. Like, why? Someone's predatory. Like, why are you giving this boy all this stuff? God damn.
Behavior using expensive gifts to create obligations to him, a pattern he's repeated with numerous celebrities, though perhaps none as young and as vulnerable as Justin, that we know of. Even more troubling is the footage where Diddy openly says that Justin should know better than to talk about what happens at his place.
And he knows better than to be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
Diddy had custody of a 15-year-old Justin for 48 hours. Just let that sink in. An adult man with a documented history of very inappropriate behavior given unsupervised access to a child star for 2 full days. There's also strange footage that appears to show Diddy checking Justin for a wire, as if the teenager might be recording their conversations. Given what we now know about Diddy's alleged crimes today, and all the freak-off parties and abuse of young artists, those 48 hours might take on a much darker significance. You can actually see the nervousness in Bieber's face then, and that's only grown into a much deeper, more stirring expression that makes you wonder what he's been subjected to behind closed doors. All of this is happening while he never gets to live a normal childhood life. Everyone around him is always screaming. People hate him everywhere. Paparazzi's always following him. His entire life from his earliest memories has always been watched and recorded, all for other people's entertainment. Anytime he's annoyed, that's good content. Anytime he feels awkward or insecure as a young teenager, is exposed to the entire world. But actually the most shocking thing with Justin and other child stars who've fallen into similar fates is what's happening in plain sight, and the roles of those close to them who seem to fail them. Throughout this period, manager Scooter Braun positioned himself as Justin's guardian. The narrative was perfect for the media. A wise older brother guides a talented kid through the danger of fame. They were inseparable. Braun made himself essential to every aspect of Justin's career and personal life. But this wasn't really protection. It isolated Bieber and made him dependent on Scooter, and by extension the parasitic entertainment industry. He controlled Justin's schedule, his finances, his relationships, and his career decisions, his entire life. He positioned himself as the only person Justin could possibly trust in this dangerous industry, and he was the one who would dictate Justin's life forever. In Justin's case, he just didn't realize what was happening until it was almost too late. The spark in his eyes from those early YouTube videos gradually dimmed with each passing year of this, replaced by a hollow stare that spoke of someone who's been emptied out. So fast forward to 2020 and Justin Bieber's career was in full swing and had generated between $500 to $1 billion during his career. His concerts always sold out stadiums. His albums would always go platinum. His merchandise was a global phenomenon. By any reasonable measure, he should have been set for life. It was only up from here, right? This is what people imagine when they think of living the dream. He had ultimate success, all the connections you could possibly ever want, all the money you could ever want, all the fame you could ever want, even the looks you would want. Justin quite literally had everything you could wish for, but in reality, he had almost
RJ,
nothing, and
KK
Justin's
says
financial
WSP.
situation was falling apart behind the scenes.
Hey RJ, what's
So
going
how
on,
does
bro?
someone earn $1 billion and end up financially desperate? It may seem impossible, but it's a well-trodden path
Hey,
for
Rick.
young people
What's
in
going
the
on?
entertainment industry, a slippery slope that you struggle to get off of. It's a classic music industry debt trap that catches many young successful artists. Those with the biggest, purest dreams are some of the easiest targets. Here's how it works. Record labels and management companies at the top of the industry give artists advances, upfront payments that look like free money but are actually loans against future earnings. The catch is that these advances are recoupable, meaning they could just be paid back through the artist's share of royalties, which typically range from 10 to 16% of total sales. But it gets worse through something called cross-collateralization. That means if one album flops, the debt carries over onto the next project. All of Justin's future earnings from any source the contract covers get used to pay off old debts, so a failed album in 2015 could still be eating into profits from a hit album in 2020. Now, obviously Justin wasn't exactly broke here in the traditional sense. His current net worth is still estimated to be around $200 to $300 million, but the vast majority was illiquid, and he faced a severe cash flow crisis in 2022, as sources claim that he was on the verge of financial collapse and was so cash poor that he had to borrow a friend's credit card to play golf. But before we continue, I want to tell you about Odoo. Odoo is an all-in-one management software that provides entrepreneurs with a range of applications to simplify the day-to-day management of their business, including invoicing, accounting, and efficient reports, or if you want to grow with 21-day global free for life flow. At this time, Justin was deep into his Justice World Tour, a massive 131-day global expedition that was supposed to be his triumphant return after a previous health struggle, when in June 2022 he posted a video that shocked the world. Half of his face was paralyzed.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face. This nostril will not move. So there's full paralysis in this side of my face.
He'd been diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, a rare neurological condition that left him unable to blink in one eye or move half his mouth. He said his lifestyle was starting to take a huge toll on his health. Any reasonable management team would immediately have cancelled the tour and prioritised their artist's health, but allegedly his team continued to push him to perform. When Justin finally couldn't continue, the financial implications were catastrophic. He owed the concert promoter $26 million from a $40 million advance. Instead of helping his longtime client find a solution, it's alleged that Braun's company stepped in with what appeared to be a generous offer. They would cover the $26 million in debt to AEG, and allowed Justin to pay them back over 10 years. On the surface, it looked like Braun was saving Justin, but in reality he might have been transferring Justin's debt from one master to another, himself, the guy who controlled his entire life. And when Justin only made one payment before stopping, the debt just kept on growing. And then the hole starts to get deeper and deeper. And by 2023, Justin's business manager Lo Taylor conducted a financial review and made a shocking discovery. Braun had allegedly been overpaid $26 million in commissions over the years. Allegations turned to theft, and it also turned out that Taylor herself might not also be trustworthy. Firstly, although referred to as an accountant, she's actually apparently not qualified as one.
She was playing the role of business manager, which is a financial role, even though Lou Taylor had no financial background. She was not even an accountant.
She kicked off her career managing Britney Spears' sister, then acting as a spokesperson for the Spears family. Lo then ended up also managing Britney Spears and has taken all the credit for establishing Britney's conservatorship. And in classic Hollywood style, she was also later accused of having an affair with Britney's father, Jamie. It's a typical story of control and greed in Hollywood. Braun's company then eventually responded to Taylor by conducting their own internal audit, which concluded that Justin actually owed Braun an additional $1 million in unpaid commissions. Justin's team called this audit corrupt. The conflict escalated until they got one of the world's most respected accounting firms to conduct an independent investigation. After 6 months of forensic analysis, PwC delivered their verdict in April 2025. Justin owed Scooter Braun $8.8 million in unpaid commissions. Let that sink in. After earning close to $1 billion after years of sold-out tours and platinum albums, Justin Bieber was revealed to apparently be millions in debt to his own manager. The audit was so damning that Justin's team didn't even dispute the findings. As Bieber's finances were pulled apart in a very public way, the psychological damage was beginning to become impossible to ignore. By 2024, this revealed a man in deep crisis. The media put Bieber's downfall under the microscope, and he was starting to crack, just like anyone would in this Truman Show reality. Quote, "People told me my whole life, well, Justin, you deserve that, and I personally have always felt unworthy," he posted on social media. "Like I was a fraud, like when people told me I deserved something, it made me feel sneaky, like damn, if they only knew my thoughts. How judgmental I am, how selfish I really am." This was a textbook trauma response from someone who's been manipulated his whole life. The industry had convinced him that his success was undeserved, that he was lucky to have people helping him, and that questioning their methods made him ungrateful, that his entire life was owed to them. Back in December 2022, when the debts were mounting and the cash flow problems spiraled out of control, Justin made a decision that would haunt him forever. He sold his entire 291 song catalog to Hypnosis Songs Capital for $200 million. At 28 years old, Justin became the youngest major artist to ever sell their entire catalog, essentially trading his life's work for a bailout from debts that the industry system itself had created. A year later, he then fired Scooter Braun, but had been holding meetings for a new potential manager for about 3 years already. It's reported that Hailey, Justin's wife, led that decision. However, Braun, who also had Ariana Grande as a client, lost her business too. Within the last year, Braun also lost Demi Lovato and a bunch of other pending losses. All deciding
this dude gotta get fired and sued.
Taylor Swift.
They should sue this man. This man's horrible. He's a horrible individual. He can't do shit. It's horrible.
Accused him of profiting from her distress when he acquired her music catalog, stating this is my worst case scenario, and describing it as someone who tried to dismantle her music legacy, now owning her entire life's work. It lends to where there is smoke, there's fire. Whatever the reason, Scooter has since retired. Throughout this financial crisis, Justin's relationship with Hailey became another target for industry exploitation. Their 2018 marriage was supposed to provide stability, but instead it became another source of content and speculation. Every public appearance was analyzed for signs of trouble. Every social media interaction was dissected. When they looked happy, it was used to sell the narrative of a perfect couple. When they looked strained, it fueled divorce rumors that generated clicks and engagement. Then they welcomed their son Jack Blues in August 2024, but their parenthood became another magnet for controversy. On Justin's first Father's Day, he posted that his fatherhood is not to be with Hailey later posting Father Day sucks ass. This was later removed, but the damage was done. The breaking point then came in June 2025 outside a Malibu restaurant. Justin, now a father trying to protect his family's privacy, confronted paparazzi who was stalking them.
Not me today, bro.
Happy Father's
No,
Day.
stop
Happy
that.
Father's Day.
Stop. I'm a real dad with a real family. And you're really in front of my face. No. No. We're going to set boundaries here today with all of you today. You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
His desperation was genuine, and his plea for basic human dignity was felt by millions, but within hours, it just became another viral meme. A father's desperate attempt to protect his family turned into another punchline, one of many throughout his entire career since childhood. Hollywood is so relentless, and unfortunately no one gets a pass. It doesn't matter if they're new parents or not, or if they're stars. If anything, a shot at their new family addition is more of an incentive to invade their privacy to get well paid. And you cannot reason with Hollywood's paparazzi hellhounds. So by early 2025, the damage was accumulating as Justin started to look more and more messed up in public appearances. His Instagram posts became increasingly erratic and concerning. In one series of deleted videos, he used face-distorting filters and spoke in a high-pitched voice, claiming he'd spent part of his childhood in Alaska and making rambling religious references.
You know, Alaska living. I mean, I caught a couple. I was over there, I was fishing on the dock. I was, must have been 17, 18, 19, and when I tell you I reeled them in, Bobby, I reeled them in. I don't mean to get in between.
His body language showed distress, with constant fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, and disconnection from reality that revealed either some serious mental health struggles or just substance issues. In more lucid moments, his posts were just heartbreaking, stating he was broken and implying it was all his fault. Meanwhile, his physical appearance certainly indicates drug use or just bad health, despite his team denying these allegations and saying that Justin is actually doing really well. He once even admitted to alcoholism and said he'd started his day with pills, and was lately seen at Coachella wired thin, gaunt, and clearly inebriated beyond alcohol alone. When you compare it to the young, innocent Justin Bieber being filmed by his mother, it's a very stark contrast. Now, it's obviously hard to have empathy for this guy, especially when he seems so insufferable in the years gone past. But it's scary to see what happens when an industry gets his hand on a child and doesn't let go for 18 years. Even his mother's later admitted her fears about the industry. In her 2012 memoir, she revealed how she felt personally responsible for every contract and deal that shaped her son's future, and she was just terrified of making decisions that might steer Justin towards the wrong people or damaging relationships. She admitted to following her instincts and acknowledged that her worst fears may have actually turned true, as Justin was indeed steered towards unhealthy relationships with figures like Diddy, and those very contracts she agonized over became the financial chains that would bind her son for decades. And then, in July 2025, two things happened that started to surface the true nature of Justin's downfall. He settled his debts with Scooter Braun for over $30 million, and he surprise released his first album in 4 years. His comeback album Swag is a window into Justin's soul that looks so different to his earlier, more innocent music. It sounds like 21 tracks that feels like someone processing trauma in real time while the industry that broke him cashed in. Track 14, Therapy Session, has Justin telling comedian Drewski, "I've had to go through my struggles really publicly. People always asking if I'm okay starts to weigh on me." Other tracks touch on his turbulent relationships and marriage. The timing isn't coincidental. With Hailey's beauty company Rhode selling for $1 billion, the couple finally had the cash to buy Justin's freedom. But even as Justin paid up, Braun's people were telling reporters that Scooter felt taken advantage of, and had been patient with Justin while he partied away millions. Meanwhile, Justin's desperate search for meaning led him deeper into spiritualism. His Instagram became a stream of religious posts and pleas for spiritual guidance. But rather than a place of solace and peace, even his faith became another exploitation vector, as Justin threw himself into Hillsong Church, the celebrity megachurch known for its
No. I'm telling you now, when you join those mega churches, they are not real. I'm telling you now, they're horrible. Especially have like celebrity churches. No, they're not. They're just as worse. They are horrible. I'm telling you now. You may not believe me, but it's true. There's a reason why most of these celebrities don't find the God they're looking for. Most of these mega churches are not real. I'm telling you now.
Aesthetic and A-list congregation. In 2014, during one of his darkest periods, he moved in with Pastor Carl Lentz for 6 weeks.
I don't trust mega churches. When they're a giant church, you don't think there's a little corruption going on? Shit, even a small church can get corrupted. You don't think a big one won't? That's bullshit.
Becoming completely dependent on the charismatic leader who baptized him at 2 a.m. in an NBA player's
bathtub.
And
I definitely don't trust these new age pastors. They're just as worse. I don't trust them. They are horrible people. They low-key pretend to be your friend, and like they're so hip and happening, and some of them have tattoos and stuff. Nah.
The relationship was described as mutually beneficial. Lentz helped rehabilitate Justin's public image, while Justin brought massive star power.
And yes, I'm looking at you, TD Jakes. I think he's dead now, but like, Jesus Christ.
To the church. Former congregants described Hillsong's cultish atmosphere and celebrity obsession.
Correct.
Where the leaders used their friendship with Justin to attract other celebrities.
Correct.
Something exactly like Scientology. This wasn't really spiritual guidance, it was just the same manipulation playbook dressed in religious clothing. Eventually, Lentz was even fired in 2020 for multiple affairs and abuse allegations. Another person intimately connected to Justin who was struck off for being a disgusting, manipulative individual. Bieber later joined Church Home, which is a Hillsong spin-off fronted by a pastor named Judah Smith, who's been accused of other cult-like practices, childhood, adolescence, parenthood, finances, relationships, and spirituality. All the core tenets of a full life as a human seem to have been completely warped for Justin. Even with all the money and fame and looks that he's had, it seems like deep down he's left with nothing. And then there's the resurfaced Diddy connection that everyone's been dancing around. As Diddy continues to face charges, the footage of him with teenage Justin just looks so different today. And whether Justin was directly victimized or not, he was exposed to what federal prosecutors now call a criminal enterprise. But here's the real horror story. What happened to Justin isn't even unique. It's a well-worn template, and Hollywood's been perfecting this for decades. Just look at the trail of destruction. Whether it be Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, who's locked in a conservatorship for 13 years while generating $16 million annually for her handlers, Macaulay Culkin earning $23 million as a child while his father controlled every aspect of his life and finances, Lindsay Lohan churning out tabloid content even as she spiraled into addiction and legal troubles, or Amanda Bynes, whose public breakdown becomes daily entertainment while her mental health deteriorates. The Olsen...
Yeah, something happened to Amanda Bynes. That's just crazy. That shit was crazy. She don't even look like the same person. It's wild. She's like one of those blogger drama peoples.
Working since they were babies, developing eating disorders and retreating from public life entirely. Demi Lovato, who struggles with addiction and mental health, has just become part of a brand narrative. Each case follows the same pattern: early discovery, financial dependency, psychological manipulation, public breakdown, then either disposal or rehabilitation as content. And this model is going global. South Korea looked at Hollywood's child star machine and thought, we can do this better. Now 10-year-olds get signed as trainees, removed from their families and conditioned in company dormitories. When Shinny's life was passed by himself in 2017, he left a note about depression that was eating him alive. And the industry response wasn't soul-searching, it was just better PR management. China's got their own version, with child influencers and pop stars disappearing into re-education when they step out of line. The UK churns through reality TV contestants on shows like Love Island, where producers keep psychological profiles detailing contestants' deepest insecurities, then deliberately exploiting them all for drama. When participants attempt to pass their own life, producers express concern while planning the next season. Hollywood created a system where childhood itself has become a commodity, where psychological damage generates more profit than mental health, where breaking someone down is more valuable than building them up. Social media just automated the entire thing, ensuring that any blind spot the media itself missed is covered, while platforming people to expose their innermost selves when they're most vulnerable and out of control. Something strays out of the Truman Show time and time again. Society funds this model. Every time people watch the celebrity breakdown video, they fund the exploitation. When Justin's desperate plea to protect his family becomes a viral joke about standing on business, it proved that even a father's attempt to shield his infant son is immediately trivial. Right now, somewhere in the world, another talented kid is being discovered. The same promises are being made about fame and fortune, but they're really just being fed into a giant machine designed to extract maximum profit from human talent, regardless of the psychological cost. So Justin doesn't really even need a comeback, he just needs an escape route. But this machine won't let go easily. They'll push until he breaks completely, and then drag what's left onto a stage for one final show. And if he refuses, they'll find another kid and start all over again. Because this industry doesn't create art or culture, it just creates trauma, then packages this as entertainment and sells it to people who mistake others as pain for pleasure. The machine is running, it's hungry, and it's looking for the next Justin Bieber. The question is, who's gonna feed it to them?
That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
The year is 1996.
So this is from Swalwen, the most expensive flop in history. Mike, are you gonna be able to play? I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna be open to play.
Legendary game designer John Romero, co-creator of Doom, Wolfenstein, and Quake, the man who practically popularized the FPS genre, embarked on his most ambitious project yet, Daikatana. Backed by publisher Eidos and developed at Ion Storm, the game needed to sell 2.5 million copies just to break even.
I don't know if you want to play Peak. Up to you.
With Romero's name and the Doom legacy attached, expectations were sky high, and the marketing was bold, maybe a little bit too bold. The game's infamous ad campaign declared, "John Romero's about to make you his bitch," followed by "Suck it down." The edgy messaging didn't work that well with gamers and became a laughingstock months before the game was released. Together with absurd spending, delays, and mismanagement, by the time Daikatana finally launched,
That's 8, but I don't know. I don't think anyone's gonna actually watch. I doubt it, but I don't know. We can try today.
It was torn to shreds. Reviewers blasted at the game's repetitive levels, broken AI, dated graphics, and amateur design. PC Zone wrote, "Romero's reputation is based on the fact that he is the daddy of game design. Daikatana must be his illegitimate child." And the numbers were brutal. Fewer than 8,000 copies were sold. Revenue just over $270,000. Eventually, it reached 40,000 copies sold and over $1 million in revenue. All for a game with a reported $40 million budget. A financial black hole, the end of Romero's Golden Boy status, at least for a time, and a key contributor to Ion Storm's collapse. And in the years that followed, the pattern repeated again and again. Too Human, Duke Nukem Forever, APB. Each promised innovation, each collapsed under hype, delays, or bloated ambition. But even these couldn't match the chaos unleashed by gaming's newest addiction, games as a service. In the ruthless race for recurring revenue, publishers launched half-baked titles designed not to entertain, but to monetize. The result, Anthem,
Fox
Suicide
FenX
Squad,
says there's a stinger at the end of the vine.
all crashed spectacularly, burning through
I'll get it.
$200 million each, all rejected by players who saw through the glossy trailers and predatory systems. But in 2024, one game emerged that managed to do the impossible. It outflopped them all. A game that tried to be the next big live service shooter, but instead became something else entirely. Concord.
At its core, Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter, but we set out to make it play like nothing else out there.
We were kind of craving a new experience, and we wanted to come into the genre space and provide a different option than what was out there, and we felt like we had the ideas and the drive to find something new.
Wait. That's all great promises and all, but how did we get here? It all started with a headline. April 22nd, 2021. PlayStation and Firewalk Studios announced a publishing partnership for a new, original multiplayer IP. At first glance, the announcement looked promising. Firewalk Studios was a newly formed team under Probably Monsters, itself a fresh player in the industry, founded by none other than Harold Ryan, former CEO of Bungie during the Destiny era and a veteran going back to Halo 1. Firewalk wasn't short on firepower either. Its founders, Tony Hsu, former executive at Activision, and Ryan Ellis, creative director on Destiny 2, brought serious pedigree to the table. A team of developers who envisioned Phantasy Star Online, Halo, and Destiny as the pinnacle of gaming. And the timing couldn't have been more perfect. Sony was diving headfirst into the live service gold rush. In 2022, they acquired Bungie and the Destiny IP for $3.6 billion. Studios like Haven, Fair Games, and Bungie's own Marathon reboot were quickly added to the war chest, all part of a plan to launch 12 live service games by March 2026. By 2025, the cost of these acquisitions had ballooned to over $4 billion. And this wasn't limited to new IPs. Rumors swirled of live service spin-offs from Sony's most iconic franchises: God of War, The Last of Us, Twisted Metal, and even an Horizon MMO. But while Destiny covered the looter-shooter MMO crowd, there was one genre still wide open, at least in their eyes: the hero shooter. Blizzard's Overwatch raked in over $1 billion in its first year and amassed 50 million players by year 3. Even years later, during its decline, Overwatch 2 was still pulling and is pulling 25,000 concurrent players on Steam alone. Naturally, everyone wanted in, and just as naturally, most failed. Battleborn, Lawbreakers, despite having big names behind them, Gearbox and Cliff Bleszinski, the mind behind Gears of War and Unreal, they barely scraped together 10,000 players at launch before plummeting into the triple digits. Only Paladins, a free-to-play game by iRes Studios, managed to stay afloat. Valorant quickly stole the competitive FPS crowd, Apex Legends dominated the Battle Royale space, and Team Fortress 2, the genre's fossilized grandfather, was somehow still alive and kicking. Clearly, this was an extremely competitive space where every niche was already covered, and most importantly, all of these titles went free-to-play. More on that later. And yet, behind the scenes, Firewalk was making progress. Between 2021 and 2023, they impressed Sony enough that the tech giant bought the entire studio outright for an undisclosed sum. What started as a small experiment under Probably Monsters suddenly ballooned into a full-scale AAA operation, growing to nearly 150 employees. A massive live service bet handed to a team that had never shipped a game together before. But Sony was all in. Herman Holst, head of PlayStation Studios, praised the deal, saying, we continue to be impressed by the team's ambitions to build a modern multiplayer game that connects players in new and innovative ways. On May 24th, 2023, Concord officially debuted at the PlayStation Showcase. The trailer, a spaceship in space, some overly detailed food physics, a title card, Concord. That was it. Reactions ranged from to they put their entire marketing budget on that burger. The internet wasn't impressed. The trailer showed, well, nothing. But Sony still believed. Big names were behind it. How bad could it really be? May 30th, 2024, PlayStation State of Play. Asad Kizilbash, head of PlayStation Productions, proudly opens the show to present the newest and extremely ambitious Concord.
This team brings together some of the most talented developers in our industry, with an incredible pedigree in the online multiplayer space. We announced their first game, Concord, last year, and today, they're revealing...
Sadly, you missed that, but we did that video already, but yeah, we're not happy with that, but I know that a bunch of gamers and people alike has been ratioing the shit out of Mastercard and Visa, and I think if they keep putting the pressure on, they'll eventually have to listen or at least do something. So let's hope for that as well. So
gameplay captured in-engine on PS5. But first, here's an extended vignette introducing some of the cool characters you'll find in the Concord Galaxy. Enjoy.
What followed was a slick cinematic trailer packed with blockbuster production value.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Or something. So do you, like, carry it around with you for emergency bland situations or whatever?
Hey, Mar. Don't joke about something like this.
But the Marvel-style banter, awkward one-liners, and Guardians of the Galaxy-inspired tone admittedly rubbed gamers the wrong way. The comments said it all. The dialogue are like one of those introverted nerds trying to fit into society by making a joke. Or ChatGPT, write a Marvel script but change the character names. Everything else can stay the same. Or still, whoever wrote this dialogue has a promising future as a drive-thru employee. Okay, one more. Janitors.
No, that was knockoff Garden of the Galaxy. So...
of the Galaxy. Players weren't just underwhelmed, they were confused. Unlike Overwatch 2, which had gone free-to-play, Concord would launch at $40. In a saturated hero shooter market, that move felt wildly out of touch. But internally at Sony, they were still all in. Insider reports from Colin Moriarty revealed just how massive this bet really was. Concord wasn't just a game, it was meant to be a multimedia franchise, Sony's answer to Star Wars. It was Herman Holst's passion project.
The term apparently verbatim had been used that Concord is the future of PlayStation. They had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony.
But inside Firewalk, a toxic positivity reigned. Everything is fine became the default mindset. A red flag seen before at BioWare with Anthem, and Rocksteady with Suicide Squad. I can corroborate the part about toxic positivity, a Kotaku senior reporter replied. Some sources I've spoken with blamed the head-in-the-sand mentality carried over from the studio's Bungie roots, a sense the game would come together because the team was too good to fail. A slow-moving train wreck wearing a smile. Then came the gameplay reveal. Founders Tony Hsu and Ryan Ellis sat down to finally show off what Concord actually was.
Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter set in the vibrant sci-fi universe of the Concord Galaxy. In Concord, from the moment you log on, you are part of the crew of the North Star, a group of guns for hire known in our galaxy as free gunners. Free gunners are those lucky enough to be free to roam the stars. They take high-stake jobs on worlds across wild space, where they face other fiercely competitive free gunner crews. Here's the very first look at the gameplay of Concord.
And it showed nothing new. an Overwatch clone with zero personality, generic gunplay, and uninspired arenas. Not even Overwatch 1.0, this looked like Overwatch 0.5. But even worse than the gameplay were the characters. Hero shooters live and die by their roster. Each fighter needs to be instantly recognizable, interesting, and memorable. Concord's cast felt like walking memes. A trash bin with pronouns, a Pixar reject.
Come on, let's go!
A Pixar
and whatever
reject.
These other things are. The internet didn't hold back. Concord looks like one of those fake games that are played in the background
Brightroclose
in a
says
movie or a
LMAO.
TV show. Clippy from Microsoft Word had more personality than every character in this trailer put together.
Damn.
I'm getting how do you do, fellow kids vibes from this trailer. It didn't feel like a game people had been waiting for. It felt like a committee-built project, overthought, over-designed, with a philosophy that little to no one cared for. By July 2024, Concord entered early access. On Steam, it peaked at a modest 1,000 to 2,000 players. Optimists clung to hope. Maybe the PlayStation base would show up on launch day. Then the launch day came.
The game is just not interesting to people. It's not visually appealing. The gameplay doesn't look fun or interesting or like anything we haven't seen before.
It's just exactly what it appears to be and nothing more. And that's just frankly not enough to find success in this market.
Now, I want everybody to keep in mind, this game is not failing because it's bad or that it's missing content or that it's broken. No, it's because nobody's interested in it. Nobody wants to have anything to do with the game whatsoever.
On Steam, an astounding 697 concurrent players. Within days, that number plummeted below 100. On PlayStation, things were equally grim. Estimates suggest just about 25,000 copies were sold, generating about $1 million in revenue. To put that into perspective, live service games that were already considered massive failures, such as Babylon's Fall, Redfall, and Suicide Squad, completely blew Concord not just in copies sold, but player counts. Matchmaking in Concord quickly became impossible. The few players who stuck around blamed haters and politics for the game's failure, with threads like, "Haters are pathetic," as all criticism was swept under the usual umbrella of woke and DEI agendas. But no matter the angle,
I don't think it's a good look. You don't think it's a little woke when you have a fucking tin can of a yellow robot that has pronouns. I'm just saying. Like I don't think that was a smart move. Giving a robot pronouns. The fucking robot don't need pronouns.
Truth was simple. Concord was a game nobody wanted. Even without the rainbow sprinkles, the cupcake was still made of, well, shit. And just 2 weeks after launch, Firewalk Studios announced the servers would be shut down. One of the shortest lifespans for a live service title in modern gaming. A life shorter than a housefly. Ryan Ellis, the studio head, issued a statement. At this time, we have decided to take the game offline beginning September 6, 2024, and explore options, including those that will better reach our players. While we determine the best path ahead, Concord sales will cease immediately, and we will begin to offer a full refund for all gamers who have purchased the game for PS5 or PC. Ryan Ellis, to his credit, stepped down from his position due to his own failures, taking responsibility. But not everyone took it well. Some developers lashed out on Twitter, calling critics talentless freaks, a perfectly rational meltdown to accompany a spectacular collapse. By October 29th, 2024, the final nail in the coffin. Herman Holst, the man who had championed the project from the very start, broke the news. After much thought, we have determined the best path forward is to permanently sunset the game and close the studio. I want to thank all of Firewalk for their craftsmanship, creative spirit, and dedication. Without a unique selling point, without a player base, without a future, the dream was dead. Concord became a footnote in PlayStation history, and Firewalk was no more. Physical copies now sit in discount bins across the globe, a cautionary relic of trend chasing and unchecked ambition. Gameplay clips now float through YouTube and archives, digital fossils of what once was Sony's future of live service, preserved not in memory, but in mockery, in the hopes that one day it shall return. However, the story wasn't over. Behind the scenes, it was worse than anyone imagined. Development on Concord had quietly dragged on for 8 years, and according to reporting by Colin Moriarty, even as late as 2021 when Sony first signed the publishing deal, the game was still in a disastrous alpha state. Sony's grand vision of turning Concord into its next multimedia juggernaut, nothing more than a mirage, a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow that never existed. By then, it was reported that the game had already cost around $200 million, a staggering number rivaling the losses of Suicide Squad, a title that vastly outsold Concord and at least limped through an entire year of live service. Whether that $200 million was Sony's alone or shared with other investors like Probably Monsters remains unclear. But once Sony acquired Firewalk, the costs didn't stop, they ballooned. The acquisition triggered a full-scale AAA ramp-up, stimulating another $200 million in development costs, excluding the price of acquiring the Concord IP itself and the studio. That same report claimed the total bill may have reached $400 million, a number publicly disputed by analysts like Tom Warren and Christopher Dring. And to be fair, skepticism is warranted. Probably Monsters had raised $261 million in funding, but that was never earmarked exclusively for Concord. That alone casts doubt on the pre-acquisition $200 million figure. Still, when you consider Sony's likely tens of millions in acquisition costs, for reference, Insomniac was purchased for $229 million, nearly a decade of development, and the aggressive marketing push to brand Concord as a PlayStation tentpole, suddenly the higher estimates don't seem so far-fetched. After all, they had very big plans.
Every week, when you log into Concord, you will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the characters' stories and relationships and unpack the broader Concord galaxy.
That is not going to happen.
But even if we are generous and trim the total to, say, $300 million, it still places Concord among the most catastrophic failures in history. With just 25,000 copies sold, it didn't just dethrone Daikatana, it surpassed every failed live service game to become the most expensive flop relative to its budget. Less than 1% of its massive budget made a return. And somehow, it managed to flop even harder than Hollywood's biggest box office bombs. Disney's John Carter and The Lone Ranger, long considered towering box office failures, lost between $200 to $274 million each, adjusted for inflation. Even The Marvels, despite being part of the once unstoppable MCU, is estimated to have lost $237 million. The result, the biggest financial flop in entertainment history. And yet, it wasn't over. Amazon's The Secret Level, a gaming-themed anthology series, had already produced an episode based on Concord. That's how deep the belief ran. And the saddest part? The episode didn't just introduce new characters, clearly set up for seasons that will now never exist. It also became the only surviving piece of the Concord universe. The episode was announced on August 20th. The game launched 3 days later and was shut down 2 weeks after. Money spent, time wasted, for no one. And here's the kicker, one final boot to Concord's corpse. Sony, and more specifically Herman Hulst, claimed the game failed due to a saturated and competitive market, completely ignoring the actual reasons players rejected it. The uninspired characters and gameplay, cringe-inducing writing, and that baffling $40 price tag. And here's the reality. The real problem was never the competitive market, not if your game actually offered something different, something worth playing, like Marvel Rivals. Announced by NetEase, a company with a rocky reputation, it was instantly written off by many as yet another Overwatch knockoff. Skepticism was high, but when launch day came, the game spoke for itself. Marvel Rivals delivered polished, fun gameplay built on a tried-and-true formula, with just the right twists. The result? Over 600,000 concurrent players at its peak on Steam. And today, despite a steady loss of players, it still maintains a steady 80 to 100,000 players daily. Not only destroying Concor's numbers by several orders of magnitude, but even outpacing Overwatch as it continues to decline. Marvel Rivals game director summed it up perfectly. There's a lot of games that come out that people are like, it's going to do well, then it flops. Or people come out and go, it's going to flop, and it succeeds amazingly. I think the trick is that you need to have that reason that people want to come and play your game. And I think Marvel Rivals does that exactly with the superheroes. When I heard the concept of the game, I was like, oh my god, I want to go be Storm in a game. I want to go be Doctor Strange in a game. And that, right there, was the critical failure of Concord. Value. Nobody wanted to pay $40 to play as bland, forgettable characters with nothing appealing, visually or narratively. And that's how it earns its title. And it may not be the last. Following the fallout, Sony quietly cancelled multiple live service projects, 2 unannounced games, the God of War spin-off, The Last of Us Online, the Twisted Metal live service game, and yet a Spider-Man live service game. I know,
what?
Crazy. Probably Monsters, the original parent of Firewalk, also took a hit. They lost millions, downsized teams, and scrapped other games in development. But Sony's live service crusade still rolling. Marathon, despite poor reception, is moving forward. And now, Sony has greenlit Team LFG, a brand new studio made up of former Bungie devs, focused on yet another team-based live service game.
Oh my
so
god.
While Concord is currently the most expensive flop in entertainment history, that title might not last long. Thank you for watching.
Well, see, I told you, we don't learn our lesson. We do not learn our lesson at all. The American hubris is crazy, I tell you something. It is unmatched. The American hubris is unmatched, I tell you. We do not learn. Oh no, guys.
Here's a question. What's the first thing you think of when I say the words adult animation? What's the first thing that pops into your head? If you live in North America, or any English-speaking country for that matter, the first thing you probably thought of was adult comedies. The Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park, Rick and Morty, these are by far the most popular form of adult animation we have, being adult because of their vulgar sense of humor or relevant pop culture parodies, and absolutely topping the charts in terms of viewers and publicity. Publicity that isn't always good though, because if there's anything most people know about these shows, it's that they don't look all that great. In fact, ask someone to name the worst looking piece of animation they've ever seen, and they might tell you something like Big Mouth. There are millions of videos dunking on shows like these for their distasteful art style or just overall lack of quality. And the best of the best are typically only okay, fine looking, but nothing special. The second kind of adult animation that you might have thought of then is a bit different. You have stuff like Arcane, Castlevania, Invincible, shows that are adult because of violence or dark, mature themes, with more focus on long, intricate storylines than episodic sitcom-style adventures, and a much better reputation for visual quality. Yet, these are infinitely more rare than the cheap, cash-grab animated sitcoms that seem to get pumped out, and they take an enormous amount of effort to make. Arcane being in production for 6 years, and Invincible only putting out about 4 episodes once in a blue moon. But America isn't really the country known for this kind of animation, now is it? Because the much more obvious second thing that you might have been thinking about is anime. It's not a wholly unfair comparison. Japan has one of the largest animation industries in the world, right next to the US, and has an impressive amount of cultural exchange and influence worldwide. I mean, we all know who Goku is, you've seen a Pokemon before, there's a lot of crossover between the industries. But notably, there's a lot more really good adult anime out there. Adult anime that seems to be made faster, higher quality, and with more variety than most things America can put out, despite the whole industry being overall smaller than the US's. Like, don't get me wrong, Invincible looks pretty good, but I can go to any random seasonal show in Japan and it's probably gonna look just as good and also have a minimum of 12 episodes out a year. Arcane is like the best looking thing ever, but in the time it took them to make 9 episodes, Vinland Saga put out 48 that are by no means bad looking. There's some people out there who would say that anime is just objectively superior to Western animation, like as an art form, and that's insane. Go watch a Spider-Verse movie and get back to me. But in terms of adult stuff, it's certainly
it's
really
based on speed and quality. It took a whole, like, that's movie production. You're talking about shows. Those are 2 different things. The quality on that's gonna be different. And I'm pretty sure most anime movies, they're pretty on there. Like, look at the Chainsaw Man trailer with Riza, I think? Riza?
Far ahead. So much so that people confuse well-made adult animation in the US with anime all the time. Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft, a new show recently announced to be made by the studio behind Castlevania, was called the Tomb Raider anime despite being made in Austin, Texas. Castlevania even had the same thing happen, with the creators being adamant that they had people in the anime industry working on the show. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole what is an anime discussion. You want to say that Tomb Raider having an anime art style makes it one? Sure, that's valid. I don't care. But the fact that these shows get called anime so often, to the point that Netflix made a documentary called Enter the Anime just to promote them, kinda says everything you need to know. So I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to see why adult animation in the West seems to be so far behind anime when it comes to production and popularity. And more than that, I want to go through the history and context behind these 2 industries, talk about how anime and cartoons developed in these 2 major places, and figure out why they're so different. Because I think that context can give us a greater understanding and appreciation for the art form. And if you're interested in that too, then let's just get right into it. Part 1. The entire history of animation in the US and Japan. Specifically regarding adult stuff, it's interesting, I promise, please don't skip ahead. Animation as we know it was pioneered mostly in the US. Maybe not invented, since there's experiments in moving pictures going back hundreds of years, but certainly turned into an industry in the one place that's really good at doing that. One John Bray opened up an animation studio in 1914, literally patenting the process of moving pictures. Because the other thing the US is really good at letting you do is abuse
1914?
Use copyright. Earl Hurd, an animator at Bray's studio, officially invented the cell animation method, where in order to get a moving picture with many layers, you would paint everything onto clear sheets of celluloid. And Max Fleischer, out of that same studio, came up with the idea of rotoscoping, taking live-action film and drawing over it in order to get more realistic movement. Many innovations came out of early 20th century American animation studios, up until in the 1920s, when a young animator named Walt Disney would start making stuff out of his garage and eventually work his way up to founding his own, taking a risk on a big theatrical animation called Snow White. And I don't think you need to hear the rest. Snow White became the highest grossing film of its time, and Disney basically owns the world at this point. Now, early animation, while adding color and sound and voice acting and all these things, was still strictly a theater experience all the way up until the 1950s. Because, you know, TV wasn't really a thing until then. So at first, it was these short little animated segments that would play in between other movies and just kind of fill out time at the theater, eventually leading up to full feature-length Disney productions. But when TV did become a thing, airing those old cartoon shorts and movies as reruns became very, very popular, especially among children. So the natural progression was to start making cartoons specifically for those children in the early 50s, starting out as 5-minute shorts and eventually working their way up to full-length TV episodes, slotted right into the Saturday morning television block so you could watch them while eating your breakfast. One problem though. Making an entire television series at the same quality you were making a single short before wasn't feasible, so the idea of limited animation comes into play, where instead of drawing every single frame of a show, you would draw every other frame, sometimes every third frame, and then let everything sit still for a bit if not a lot was happening. Maybe reuse some cells here and there, cutting down on the workload and allowing a lot more to get done at the expense of looking cheaper.
That's the way to pitch, Rags. Now here's your big chance. one hit, and we win the game.
This caused a big split in the way that animation was handled across the board, because one part of the industry, like Hanna-Barbera in the 60s, started focusing on limited animation, making tons and tons of episodes of shows like Huckleberry Hound for incredibly cheap, like less than $3,000 an episode cheap, going so far as to record all the sound in one day to keep everything under cost. And the other part of the industry, namely Disney, went all out on full animation with movies like Cinderella, which rotoscoped basically the entire thing to try and look as good as possible and cost over $2 million to make. Meanwhile, in Japan, they were still recovering from that whole World War II thing, and being occupied by the US for so long meant that a lot of American media made its way over and started exerting its influence. In particular, a young man named Osamu Tezuka became fascinated with cartoonists like Disney, taking up drawing and making comic books specifically to try and become a big famous creative like him. In the late 40s, Tezuka started publishing manga, and by the 50s he was fairly successful, with hits like Kimba the White Lion, New Treasure Island, and Ambassador Adam, one of which is most famous for a Your Movie Sucks video, and the other for featuring this little kid character that would go on to get his own spin-off in 1952, known in the West as Astro Boy. So manga as a medium fucking explodes. Tezuka's works are incredibly popular, more so than any artists of the last few decades. And while manga is blowing up, animation starts to get going as well. Specifically, a new company calling themselves Toei forms in 1956 with the bright idea to operate like an American animation studio. And by American Animation Studio, I mean Disney. They also wanted to be Disney. Everybody wanted to be Disney. In the early 60s, after getting their footing, Toei starts cranking out yearly animated movies based on popular folktales. Magic Boy, Alakazam the Great, Arabian Nights, the good old Disney formula. However, Alakazam the Great, also known as Sayuki, was actually based on one of Tezuka's works, an adaptation of Journey to the West, and so he was brought on to the production to help them out. Something that proved to be incredibly important to the history of animation, as Tezuka immediately fell in love with the medium. Though, while there are conflicting accounts, pretty much everything you'll hear about the production.
Okay, we're pretty much done at this point. I don't think there's a point to keep going on with this. I'm pretty sure you're all probably bored of this. I'm not totally sure. This is an hour long. We're not watching this. But that said, I pretty much finished the commission. I sent it to Fox. I hope he likes it. If there's any issues, Fox, please let me know. I was gonna do the sticker, but I think it's too late for that. Mike, it is 8 something. You know what? Fuck it. We'll not do it today. We'll probably play the game on Monday or Tuesday, because I'm not gonna be home tomorrow. So with that said, I'm gonna let everyone go. And all that great stuff. I know you guys are probably bored and tired. I was gonna play Peak, but I think it's too late for that. I think we should hold off on that. I gotta go edit the last 2 videos anyway. So with that said, have a great night. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate every last one of you. I was trying to do I wanted to get to the stickers, but it's way too late. Or the V2 model, so we have to do that on Tuesday or on Monday if we have time. But then again, I'll just do it on Tuesday. On Monday we have I have a new drawing set that I have to present because they gave me another one. Yeah, I know they gave me another one. I didn't saw that one coming. But yeah, we're gonna do that on Monday. So have a great night. I'll see you guys in the next one. Keep safe. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. That's one of you. And keep practicing. And I'll see you guys on Monday most likely. So yeah, if I'm on tomorrow, if I somehow magically home tomorrow, I'll let you guys know, or at least give my mods the heads up. All right, later guys. Have a great night. Bye bye.